Alright, my name is Doug, or D-Rend, and this is Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, the PS5 upgrade of Remake. And we'll be running any percent New Game Plus hard mode. Now in New Game Plus, and especially hard mode, I believe that that's where this game's combat truly gets to shine. You have access to everything right off the bat, every weapon command, weapon upgrades, maxed out materia that new game runners or just casual players don't get to see right away, because a lot of things unlock later in the game or in hard mode. So we have access to everything right off the bat. Our initial loadout is optimized for our strats early on and for future menus, so we have freedom to pre-select our materia and our loadout how we want, setting up the early chapters and future swaps. So without further ado, let's get into the run here. We just start from chapter 1 on hard mode, where we're going to get recruited by members of Avalanche to assist in their plot against Shinra, the bombing mission. So let's get this run going. 3, 2, 1, go. So this first chapter is going to move really fast, and we're just going to get thrown into some early combat here. It's pretty straightforward. It's going to be magnified spells for the most part and triple slashes, both of which is unique to New Game Plus early on. Most of the enemies have low HP pools early on, so they're able to... We can pretty much take care of them by any means necessary, and by casting spells, we're then able to get a few rolls off and get extra movement in combat. I didn't quite get where I wanted there. I was trying to roll into the cutscene to get the optimized skip, but I didn't get it. Another magnified spell here to take care of these two. We're going to roll over to the side here to trigger this next part here. If this camera pans up to the members of Avalanche up there, we were successful, which we were. That elevator will warp down off camera here, and we'll get on there and go to the next part. So, being that this is hard mode, we don't have a... Ooh, that was interesting. Almost got that soft lock there. You can not be on the elevator there, but I think moving it prevents that. But being that this is hard mode, we can bench, but we don't get MP restoration at benches, so we have to manage our MP count throughout each chapter. We do have different means of dealing with that we'll go over later. We also don't have access to items. So we won't be able to do any healing or reviving with Phoenix Downs or potions or any of that, so we'll have to use other means for that as well. Just quickly moving through here, we're going to get a triple slash in here. Intentionally missed the first hit so we can roll out of the third hit, and just skips the animation of getting out of triple slash. It's slightly optimized there. And we're going to be descending into the reactor momentarily. And we're going to be coming into this next room here. There's 4 enemies. And we're going to use triple slash here. That gives 3 slashes and 4 enemies. So ideally, I hope that one of them will hit 2 enemies, which it usually does. That one was a double-double. Talk to Jesse here. And we're going to descend into the reactor, where we're going to be introduced to Barrett as a fighter. Barrett is a ranged character. Utilize the guns are his weapons, or he also can be melee. So we're gonna utilize his limit break here, Catastrophe. That is thanks to an accessory called Goddard Damarung, which gives you access to his limit break right away. So we have access to free limits before every battle, and it'll also regen throughout the battle too, so we could use more than one limit. That'll be a central part to many of the strats throughout this, both for mobs and bosses. Coming down here, couple Thundaras. Barrett's gonna chime in there with an extra Thundercast from the materia, a support materia called Synergy. Synergy gives you a free spell cast, which I'll get more into later when I get a little bit more time. What I just did there was a save load. Intergrade and the PS5 version really enhanced the loading times of the game, so you're able to save and load very quickly, which also happens to cancel the dialogue in that section and having to wait for Jesse to open the door. So it just skips all of that, results in like a 10 to 15 second time save. when you hit a certain dialogue trigger. I'm gonna grab these crates here because I want to be max MP ideally on both characters, because both characters have a weapon upgrade that gives a 20% damage buff for any spell cast at full MP, which will be a very big factor in this upcoming boss battle, the Guard Scorpion. We're 4 minutes into the run. We're already coming up on our first boss. It's pretty straightforward, but it's also a major source of resets where we're trying to grind for PBs, but we do also have some backups that can deal with it. It's pretty RNG heavy when it comes to starting ATB and crits, both of which are pretty dangerous. Gonna open up with a Thundara to interrupt this Electro Stomp. That was a critical, as I said, so this is gonna push very quickly, and we're very low on ATB. So I'm gonna need to work extra hard in this next phase because I want to be at 2 full ATB for the future phases for this to go optimally. So Barrett's going to chime in with his Catastrophe again via Goddard Damerung to break this barrier here. Cloud's going to chime in with Thundara, and then we're just going to try to charge our ATB as much as we can. We just came up a little short, but this is totally okay. We can work around this, and in fact, I think it's going to charge. Because the ATB each, they all charge, they charge in the background based on the character's skill stat, or speed stat, excuse me. So we're just going to try to beat out this tail laser via Thunder Magic, Thundara, Thundagas, and Cloud charges his ATB there. So that worked out. You'll notice that Cloud is still at max MP, so he's always getting that 20% damage buff. That's thanks to a materia called MP Absorb, which I will detail on later as well. And that was Guard Scorpion. It's very airtight, but it's also flexible. Because like I said, crits and starting ATB is make that battle a bit of a headache, but if I was short on ATB, I could have just tried to charge it in that last phase and then try to just get some extra damage in there. But that worked out pretty well. So now we're coming up on the escape. More mob battles. I'm just going to be firing some more Blizzard Magnifies. That'll knock the enemies down to pressure them as I roll away. You'll notice a 20-minute timer up on this screen. It's telling you got 20 minutes to get out of here, which we don't. We'll be out of here a lot faster than that. Yeah, so we're just going to kind of make our way through this debris and get out of the reactor.
I think I see an exit. Come on.
Because when we defeated the Guard Scorpion, it went berserk and started shooting around, and we'll find out later that wasn't our doing. But yeah, so we're just trying to get out of here ASAP.
We're running out of time.
Shut up and climb.
Coming up here, we're going to be just rolling to the top floor and fleeing most of the battles. Fleeing is always faster than combat in pretty much every case, unless you can end the combat in a hurry while rolling away. But we're going to be trying to get to the top floor where we do have to face some enemies, which it's its own headache.
Here, take them down. We don't have time.
It's going to work. Nice. So I got 2 enemies with 1 Blizzard there. The Magnify propagates twice, so you get 3 total spells cast off the first one. And I got lucky there, and 2 enemies were close enough together that the ice killed 2 of them on 1 cast. So the AoE would play a big factor on this run as well. So we're just going to be rolling up here. I'm going to dash with Cloud to get a little extra distance. Try to maneuver the camera in the process. And just to be safe here, I actually forgot the menu, so we're going to have to hope that he's not. Okay. This is fine. Okay, this is... we're going to try to warp Barrett up, which he will. That's good. Catastrophe there, then get the far one, and then we're just going to come in here for some Blizzard Magnifies again. That should take care of just about everything. And we're out of there. Now, that Shock Trooper did not follow me, and that's a source of RNG if we're trying to flee. I wanted to kill the Shock Trooper on the way up so I didn't have to deal with him, but I forgot to do a menu, so I wasn't able to do that. So I just rolled right up there. Luckily, I was able to warp Barrett up. And that's Chapter 1. I'm not gonna worry about the splits because I deleted them all. So I'm gonna do a quick menu here that I meant to do earlier and forgot to, which wasn't that big of a deal. It's just gonna set up the next few chapters for us. It's gonna move Cloud to fire on MP Absorb. Now, MP Absorb, that was a big one for Chapter 1. That for every spell you cast that's connected to it, in Chapter 1 it was lightning. You regain 0.1% of the damage dealt as MP. So if I was dealing 7,000 to 8,000 damage per Thundara, and Thundara cost 8 MP, and so Cloud was able to just basically recycle his MP, stay at max, and keep getting that 20% damage buff throughout the whole battle. Now that'll be on Fyra, which will play a factor later as well. It also gives us more flexibility in the loadouts because we don't need MP ups as much, and again, it buffs our damage.
Hey, we can figure that out later.
And Synergy. Synergy was another big one. It was on Barret. It'll play an even bigger role later. But Barret was giving chip damage every time. The way it works is every time that the character you're controlling does any command, spell, anything, basically any command via tactical menu or shortcuts, as long as it's on an enemy, the character who has Synergy linked will do a tier 1 spell for free, no MP, no ATB cost on that enemy. So that results in some pretty broken setups that we'll see later on in the run. Synergy is it's unique to Intergrade in the sense that it actually is useful now. In the PS4 version, it worked the same except it costed both MP and ATB. So if you didn't have ATB, it wasn't going to cast, so it was pretty much pointless to have, except saving you an input. But since it doesn't cost any ATB or MP, it's free spells over and over again for no extra charge. So it's very useful in many occasions throughout this run. So the way the materia setup works is you have green materia or magic materia. Those are all your spells, whether they're offensive spells, elementals, dish out buffs or debuffs, or curative spells, restorative spells, stuff like that. Blue materia links to said green materia, yielding extra effects like the Synergy, the MP Absorb, Magnify, etc. Yellow materias are command materia. We won't be seeing those too often, but there's a couple that are very big, which we'll be seeing in a little while, especially ATB Boost, which doubles our ATB. That'll be paramount for A, consistent strats because of our random starting ATB, and B, just for that extra ATB cycling so we don't have to waste any time. The other one will be enemy skill, which we'll get into later. There's also like prayer and chakra, which are both healing commands, and a couple other ones. Those won't be seeing any use. Right here, Cloud's gonna get diverted off course. He's gonna see Sephi usually. There is a little bit of a time save, seemingly RNG right now. We don't know what triggers it, but it can cause Sephi to either despawn or spawn way behind you. We're not sure which. But if that happens, that saves time because Cloud doesn't have to stop in that hallway. And you can just walk right through here. We didn't get it, which isn't that big of a deal, but it is a neat little time save when you do get it. And we're gonna come out here. We're gonna see the scope of our damage that we think we caused in the reactor 1 that we just bombed. So we're gonna see the scope of the damage and the effect on its citizens as we walk through here. After the fireworks of Chapter 1, it's a little bit of a slow time to kind of regain your composure, and because we're gonna have a few fireworks coming up. But yeah, there's a look at the reactor.
What a mess.
We see how much damage we did. And we're gonna descend down here, and we're gonna run into a certain someone, the flower girl. Briefly. You may recognize her.
City's on fire.
We're just gonna roll on here. So we're gonna get caught by security, and we're gonna have to fight our way through the fountain. I guess we're not gonna lock on there. I want to try to get as much distance as possible by dashing, or by slashing, by locking on. It wasn't the cleanest there, but it's all right. Take care of this first wave of guards. And dog again with just Blizzard and Magnify. And then. Yeah, there's this. Yeah, that battle behaves really weird. They can HP lock, and it seems like they HP lock for a while, and honestly, I'm not entirely sure how to deal with that. So I just try to get through that as quickly as possible. Quickly get those guys taken care of. And then we're just going to finish this battle up. It's just a series of mob battles in which we pretty much just spam Blizzard Magnifies, which will stagger enemies. Now, we're also using a materia called ATB Stagger, which for every time we stagger an enemy, we get some ATB back. It's a little under 1 full bar. Now, Ice knocks enemies down and pressures them. It also happens to have one of the largest single ATB ability stagger gain in the game, clocking it at 40. So every time it knocks down these enemies and pressures them, they have such a low stagger gauge that they stagger instantly and recycles their ATB, which will be huge in this next battle. So we're going to kind of make our final escape here. We're going to have to just kind of roll down the street, try to avoid getting shot, because in hard mode, this is unique to hard mode, where the guards, all their gunshots will interrupt you, whatever you're doing, if you're not doing a special command, and deal big damage. So you're pretty much eating 1,000 damage for every time you get hit. So we want to try to avoid that as much as possible. It's pretty hard to avoid it all. And then we're just going to roll down the street here, try to thread the needle and dash as much as we can just to get some distance. And we're going to roll into this battle. Almost. Again, Blizzard Magnify to build up the stagger. Gonna work? Not quite. And finish it with Fire Red. That wasn't completely the way it was supposed to go, but it was close enough. We just wanted to knock him down the pressure and stagger him ASAP. I probably wanted one more Blizzard cast to fully build up the stagger meter, but that was still a really good battle because we never really had to mess with our ATB because it was constantly regenerating. So now we're going to get on the train here for the Sector 7 slums, which will be our first major hub in the game. We just got to fight our way through this train. Some of these NPCs can really get in your way, and there's just no way around them if you get too far behind. So we do have to fight our way through quite a bit, and it's just an unfortunate time loss if you do get caught. You just kind of have to wiggle your way through. But we got through pretty cleanly. We're just gonna wait for Jesse and head into Sector 7. All right, so this is a bit of a downtime to kind of, again, regain your composure. This is a longer one. It's a lot of plot building, a lot of dialogue, in new game runs, it'd be a lot of tutorials. In new game plus, it's pretty much just going through the motions. But yeah, a lot of story building, a lot of downtime.
That hot shower can't come soon enough. I can barely tell my skin from all the
We're gonna make our way to 7th Heaven here, where we'll be introduced to Tifa. Tifa is mostly a fist fighter. She's also our biggest physical damage dealer in the game. She'll be utilized a lot when she's in the party later on in the game. She can be super broken, super overpowered if utilized properly. We're just gonna do another save load here to skip the dialogue once again, because we can't advance until the dialogue is done. But doing the save load cancels the dialogue, and we can just walk right up there and advance to the next part.
Daddy, the people who died all returned to the planet?
Of course.
But yeah, so every enemy in this game has a certain stagger gauge. For example, I believe the guards have something like 10 or 20.
Sure does.
And every command that you do has both a non-pressured and a pressured stagger gain. So like Blizzara has a 40 stagger gain. So when an enemy's stagger gauge maxes out, they stagger and deal extra damage, and they also are
Worry about me.
unable to do any attacks for a while.
Always happy to help stick it to Shinra.
So that staggering plays a major factor. It also happens to charge your limit gauge. You get 350 points towards your limit. Level 1 limit costs you 1,000. Level 2 costs you, I believe it's 1,350. You also get limit from taking damage. And it's proportional to your max HP and the amount of damage dealt, so bigger hits gain you more limit. There's also Goddard Damerung, which is unique to New Game Plus, which will charge your limit over time at a rate of 10 per second.
I'll spread whatever lies Shinra tells
So
me.
the longer the battle goes on, the more limits you would have as a result of Goddard Damerung. There's also other accessories that are good, but for the most part, it'll either be Goddard Damerung or Fury Rings. Fury Ring gives you a constant Berserk status, which gives you 30% damage buff both ways. So you deal 30% extra damage, and so does your enemy. And usually the buff, your damage buff, far outweighs the risk of taking extra damage for the most part.
No. And
So
this?
pretty much all the time in the loadout, one character will be on Goddard, the other 3, because his 4 party members, will be on Fury Ring. And we'll just shuffle them around as needed. We're going to have
Hey,
something suspicious going on in the next door over. Cloud's going to have a see Sephiroth in there. He's going to have like a hallucination. Game doesn't go into a whole lot of detail about that, but if you played OG, there's probably more to it. I don't want to go too much in depth on that.
Well, now.
We're gonna come up here. We're gonna run in the Marl, and then we're gonna start our
Ever need a new-
what's she to you?
The granddaughter.
Loud and clear.
kind of start the tutorial portion of the run, or the game. Being that this is your first hub world, you would have access to weapon shop, item shop, material shops, pretty much the standard things where you can buy items. None of that matters in New Game Plus, since we already have everything. Nor do we need to worry about leveling up. We don't need to worry about learning stuff. We don't need to worry about guild management. I happen to have like 4+ million guild. So the game's going to introduce you to all of these different shops and mechanics throughout this quest, and we're just gonna kind of work our way through.
As long as I get it all today.
This chapter is pretty slow, but there is a lot of movement tech that saves a couple seconds here and there. First one here, kind of, it's not really a time save, but it can be a time loss. You want to make sure that you don't get too far ahead of Tifa, or she'll slow down to a crawl, and you would have to wait for her to get in here. So you want to keep pace with her. That was the item shop. We're just going to move on our way.
He's a regular.
For you, mate.
Well,
To get free shit.
our next stop,
Just met her.
then you know what to expect. Remember, she's a
And we're just going to go through the rest of these quests.
apparently it was done.
This is a slow portion of the run. It'd be great for donation incentives or whatever else, or just kind of like catching up, getting settled in, explaining things.
Oh,
Working?
Be nice.
you better take
I'm pretty good at
that. I no charm.
I've got skill.
be nice.
I'm doing it.
You're looking a good long.
A tried and true.
That you are.
Thanks, Marl.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
So a little bit of movement tech coming up here. Heading over to the weapon shop, which is the next area we have to go. We're going to want to hug this fence as much as we can. We want to get as far away from Tifa as possible,
You.
and we'll break into a run,
Now?
5 years, give
which
or
is
take.
which saves a couple seconds over having to walk with her. So we're going to break into a run right here, but
You your money. Last stop is the weapons store.
we can't enter the weapon store until the dialogue finishes. Otherwise, Tifa's going to get lost.
All right.
She's going to slow down to a crawl once again, and you'll have to wait for. You actually have to catch her because she'll stop.
Thank you very much. Seeing as we're done.
But if you wait until the dialogue
really know.
finishes, then you warp her in
You're
there.
serious. It's not what you. Yep.
How do I start? Yeah. Okay.
Didn't see anybody at the office. So let's.
Got a way to keep you and your family safe? And with a weapon up
Gonna
your
come up here, be introduced to the neighborhood watch, who's gonna give us a little mission here to clean out Scrap Boulevard. Again, a little bit more in the way of tutorial battles that are just a formality in New Game Plus. But there is some interesting movement tech coming up here. We're going to try to optimize our movement as much as possible. We're just fighting a few small monsters, so we're overpowered. So once again, it'll be magnified spells, but we're also going to utilize Tifa's movement speed, because she can parry, which is the fastest form of movement in this game. So each battle, we're just going to do Blizzard Magnify. We're going to parry through as many as we can. And then warp Cloud over. Rinse and repeat. Sounded weird. Alright, that's 3.
You're gonna feel this one. Let's keep at it. Good luck. Let me handle this.
That didn't quite work out. That can happen. And then this last battle, we're gonna try to warp Cloud over, and I don't think it's gonna work.
Well, I've been here 5 years now.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
For yourself, no one else will.
Okay. Well, well, the goal there was to get far enough ahead to warp Cloud over and advance the dialogue without warping back. Unfortunately, I didn't handle that well, so I got warped back and wasted time in the process. But that's all right. It's a gamble. It is the most optimal way to get through there, but I should not have done that first triple slash. They got too far away, and I'm not sure what happened there, but let's move on. Those kind of things will happen. But Tifa's parry is the fastest movement type in the game. So it utilizes the parry materia, which allows you to do damage as you're dodging away.
Where's he at?
Chip damage, really. But it also, for Tifa specifically, it speeds up her movement drastically. And since in Intergrade you can cancel out of dodging and stuff, it just, you can just cycle them over and over and over again.
Cloud, you were the first. I have developed new material.
This is where the game would introduce side quests to you. Bigger factor if you're playing casually in this. Normally you would have to do one side quest, and in New Game Chadley will give you a mission to use the assessment materia. In New Game Plus, that's already done for us, so that was our side quest. And now we can advance the story. But we do have to be sure to talk to Chadley, or else we won't be able to advance. Coming up here, we're gonna notice something going on, and we're gonna be introduced to Johnny, who's gonna make a recurring appearance throughout the game. He is being taken away for questioning by Shinra security forces over what happened. They're trying to pry information out of him. And he's a talker, so we don't want that. So we're going to try to investigate what's going on and hopefully stand in their way. Brief break here. Catch up on a quick sip of water. Take a quick coffee break or whatever. Because you can't really do anything until the dialogue advances. Just a couple of those. Got one coming up here as well. You're going to be hearing a dialogue from Johnny as they take him around the corner, and we're just going to hide back here.
So why don't you tell me why your ID popped when we were going over the warehouse logs? Huh? You got it all wrong.
I think that, yeah, the Fast Boulevard, I believe, was it for movement tech for the most part. Couple more mob battles coming up. We got more security forces here. There's 4 of them again, and we're gonna try to do a magnify spell. The dogs. There's a dog involved, and the dog's movement is entirely random. They're very agile, but unpredictably agile. So we do want to hope to get the dog to stay put for AOE effect. Let's see how this goes. All right, the dog's going to stay in the pack, and looks like we're gonna get everyone in one cast. That worked out perfectly. So the ideal scenario there is everyone stays in the pack, and one magnified spell will stack the AoEs. So all 3 of those propagations were so close that it actually AoE'd all the enemies like 3 times, killing them all. Because one cast isn't quite enough for like the elite security officer, because he's not weak to it.
It's the mock-up.
It does stagger him, but it won't kill him. The stacked from the AoE is the thing that kills him. So now we're going to head back to 7th Heaven, in which we're going to be talking about the next mission, which Cloud is going to get rejected for.
And here
So
Same as you.
could use a little. How about a
Tifa.
the game's going to try to suggest that we go back out and do some more side quests. We're going to say no. We do need to be careful about that. It's very easy to select the wrong option and just have to do it again. Now we're going to come over here. The game's going to make you do something. We're going to run over to darts. So we're just gonna fire up darts, and then we're gonna back right out of it. That's not to say that darts isn't fun, but
Just chill a bit.
we don't have time for that. Now the game's gonna let us come back to the bar stool and advance the story once again. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna get rejected from the next mission. So Cloud's gonna go on his own, and we're gonna run into some suspicious people out here, and we're gonna be curious. We're gonna start asking us questions.
What's up with them?
We're gonna try to get ahead of this one guy by moving right away. Just gets us in front of him. He's gonna push us along in a really awkward fashion. It's not a substantial time save, but it's a little bit faster. And they're gonna bring us off to the side here to talk to Cloud a little bit. And Cloud being Cloud, he's not gonna be for that. So this is gonna be a battle coming up. It's pretty heavy on RNG, but we do our best to mitigate it. Since we're using ice and they're weak to fire, these guys are pretty agile. It's not the most ideal way to handle them, but they still succumb pretty quickly to the ice magnifies. So we're just gonna come on in here. We're going to try to round them up with some quick attacks here. And do that. And then we're going to do a quick clean up with Fyra.
Why do you want it?
And that's it. So we do have fire equipped, which is Fyra will kill him instantly. But since we don't have it magnified, we won't be able to use that efficiently. So we try to round him up with a couple slashes there. And then cast a Blizzard magnifies. It doesn't kill him, but ideally, like the last battle, AoE will take care of at least most of them. And then the remainder I was able to clean up with Fyra's. I did get the ATB stagger to generate once again, so ATB was no problem. And now we're going to come to the end here. Jesse's going to flag us down.
We'll be back before morning. Casey, we're planning. You all set?
And take us on a little mission on our own. Now, the bike minigame. In New Game Plus, we're allowed to skip it because the game gives us the option. It's a little minigame. You're on a bike. It's on rails, and you're fighting a bunch of security. And you would fight a boss at the end, which we'll see in a little while in a traditional battle. But in New Game Plus, it's entirely skippable, so we just move right along. Yeah, so Jesse's recruiting us to come up here and try to get materials to make the next for the next mission for bomb making materials by breaking into the Shinra Annex. She recruited Cloud along for diversion. So we're gonna be breaking into her house, and we're gonna get up to the Sector 7 plate and see what life's like a little bit above. Just gonna run down the street a little bit. There's gonna be a bunch of save loads in this chapter because once again, dialogue you can't advance till it's done, but you can cancel it via doing that. It's a little bit faster. So right when Jessie starts her dialogue is our trigger point to initiate the save load. And we gotta wait for them to get into place. They're notorious for not getting into place and kind of having their own janky movement. We'll see if we get lucky here. Looks like we were, and they'll be in place pretty quickly, so that's good.
Okay.
This whole bit was not in OG. This is entirely new, the remake.
Wait around the corner over there.
Okay.
It's a shame you won't get to try the Midgar special. You would have really liked it.
But it does add some more flesh to the members of Avalanche instead of just being kind of side characters. It does show their backstories a little bit, their motivations, and why they're doing this in the first place, and you just get more information about them. So it kind of fleshes out the NPCs a little bit more, which is pretty cool. We're gonna be breaking into Jessie's house to get her dad's Shinra ID so she can break in. So while they distract her with the Midgar special pizza, we're gonna quietly break into here, or I should say sneak in here.
My dad.
You would normally have to. It's normally like a scavenger hunt. The game doesn't tell you it's in here. You got to figure it out. But we know it's in here, so we go straight to his uniform and grab the card.
Thanks.
And we're just gonna leave the same way we came in as they continue to distract her mom. Once again, a little bit more downtime in the run before things start cranking up in intensity. Within the next 10 minutes, things will finally start getting into gear. But the early game's pretty slow. It's great for like donation reading and stuff. More save loads. Wait for Biggs to start talking, which is almost immediately. It's gonna normally the Biggs and Wedge will give you more of Jessie's backstory, what her motivations are. And Cloud will be interested as we're walking down the street. The save load will, again, cancel that dialogue. But the reason we do that is because when we get up here, we're going to stop and Wedge is going to play with the cats. And we would have to wait for the dialogue to finish. So now that the dialogue's already finished, he's just going to advance to his next dialogue and move very quickly. So he's still going to stop. You can do another save load here to save like 1 second. I'm not going to do that.
Spirit is stuck between his body and the heart of the planet. So if we don't shut down the
Normally you'd be
reactor
stopped
soon,
there for like 10, 15 seconds, and we just skip that by canceling the dialogue.
What's so funny? Just that I understand how you feel. Unlike most of the time.
So now we're approaching the annex, which is going to be another gauntlet battle. Where, once again, Ice Magnify is going to be the main,
Well,
he's serious.
not my problem.
This guy.
the main event.
Hey, it's the
So we're just going to get over here. We're going to kind of plot our
We
mission.
rendezvous here when we
The
stop
game's
with
once
the
again going to try to sneak some tutorials in there for like new game, and doesn't apply really to hard mode.
Hey man, the plaza's that way.
Because you could shop in vending machines to get extra materia or extra items and stuff.
Right?
We don't need any of that, so
I can handle this. What?
We're in this together.
Don't expect me.
If you need a chip.
You can use that vending machine over there to stock up.
Guess there's a training center too. Could go a few rounds before the main event.
Man, I get really hungry when I'm nervous.
gotta wait for the dialogue to finish up here.
Remind me.
It's also gonna try to introduce summoning materia to you. We don't want to use summons because they take too much time, but they do give us stat bonuses, so each character has a summoning materia
The
equipped.
signal.
But at all costs, we really don't want to use them.
Let's go.
So Annex, it's gonna be pretty cool here. It's gonna move really fast once again, and it's very intricate. So we're gonna come in here, a couple slashes, Blizzard Magnify for the staggers, Blizzara Magnify for the staggers. Refocus. That'll split our ATB gauge into 3. More on that later. All right, the next wave is gonna spawn. It'll be 1, 2 on the Blizzard Magnifies, and that should end that phase. Again, more Ice Magnify. They're close enough for AoE will take care of the elite officer, even though he doesn't get killed by 1. They both stagger, so once again, we're at full ATB. Grab the MP crate. That will regenerate some of our MP. Once again, AoE. So far, so good on this. I'm going to roll all the way back here. I don't need this, but I'm going to try to get it anyway. MP crate back here. Again, Blizzara and Magnify on the dogs. We're going to do Fyra on the pack of dogs. That should take care of all of them. It did not. That happens. So I'm just going to try to finish it with that. Easy peasy. Oh, they get... We're going to try to get these guys near each other. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Did not. So we're just going to need one more spell to finish it off here. And then we're going to come into Roche. Classic sword battle. Only we have access to fire. So we're basically just going to overwhelm them. We're also going to carefully proc some attacks and get Punisher counter, which will also give us a hefty chunk of ATB. So we got a lot of health. I could do this.
Time to burn. Just in case. Need a light. Let's get this over with. No escape.
It was pretty good. It's basically just trading fire res and counters. Trying to keep the ATB flowing. So the main new thing in that battle was refocus. It can be used in place of a limit with a refocus materia, and when you use it, it splits your ATB gauge into 3 while keeping the same flat value. So the ATB gauge is 2,000 total, split 1,000 a pop, and when you use refocus, it splits it to, I think, it's like something like 750, 750, 500 or something. I don't know the exact numbers, but it splits it into 3. Where the third one's a little bit less. So effectively giving you extra spells for the same cost for ATB wise. And with using combined with ATB stagger, just keeps that flowing over and over and over again. With Ice Magnify, that's how that would work. Even enemies that aren't traditionally weak to ice will still succumb to it. You can stagger them, pressure and stagger them quickly. And then we have Fire for Roche, which was, again, just trading fire res and counters for ATB. It was decent overall. Roche can be quite dangerous, though, because he can deal a lot of damage. So you do need to play it with caution. It's based on like what ATB you go in to start, because we don't have any HP ups, and we have Fury Ring, which once again has us taking 30% more damage than we already would. And enemies in that section hit pretty hard. But for the most part, we don't let them do anything until you get to the sweepers. So Jessie's just going to lead us down here through her little escape route.
Right. This is it.
One more slow section before we really get things rolling here on the next mission.
You'll know. Now that I've got my blasting agent, we should have everything we need for our next mission.
Sure hope so. Yeah.
Make our way back down to the Sector 7 slums.
What the hell, man?
Via parachute. We will be, in the cutscene, you'll be jumping down via parachute into the slums below, because we're on the plate right now.
Huh? Cloud said that?
Sure did. Wants a whole pie to himself. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Really? Well, okay then. Maybe I'll lend Mom a hand next time too.
That'd be
Just going to come up to this point.
Super duper awesome.
Might be a good time to talk about cutscene skipping. You can hold down triangle to skip cutscenes, or you can skip it via the start menu, or the pause menu. You would hit options or start, down, and then X.
Cool if we check on them. We'll pass by the
Hitting options down X is the most efficient way to do it if you're quick. Although, in Intergrade, it introduced photo mode on the square button when you're in the pause menu. And since you're going options X, you're surfing over the square button. So you got to be really careful. You can go into photo mode, which will make it look like the game froze for a second.
And when he
It'll probably happen once or twice without thinking about it, and it'll take a second to realize what you did and get out of it. But that's how the cutscenes are skipped. You start looking for triggers. You look for the user interface to disappear. You kind of just like wait for the camera to pan.
You lost me.
After so many runs, you just kind of learn where to skip. Same thing with mashing dialogue. It's just mashing triangle and circle
You know about the secret reactor jobs?
to scroll through it all. So Wedge here is just gonna we're gonna check in on all the members of Avalanche. We're gonna walk Wedge home. He's gonna get introduced by his cat. Or he's gonna be reacquainted with his cats. And we're gonna head over to Jesse's to get our to get our reward, which in this case was a barrier materia that we do not need. Now we're gonna head back to our apartment where things are gonna get a little weird. This game introduces a whole new plot convention called the Whispers, which try to preserve the flow of destiny. We'll learn more about that later. But we're gonna have to battle them, and it's kind of an annoying battle. We're gonna go to bed here, and then they're gonna try. They try to steer. The theory is they try to steer things to be like the OG was when things start deviating course. But regardless of what that is, we're gonna have to fight them. So Tifa's gonna come in for somersault. We're gonna switch over to this. If we can kill them all fast enough, we'll skip the second wave here, which is a substantial time save, which we did. Tifa, Cloud will take care of one with fire. Tifa will take care of the other three with her limit break somersault, which is a level 1 limit. And if we didn't do that efficiently enough, we would have had a whole second wave spawn in, which would be like a 20-second time sink. But that seems like one of the more reliable ways of doing that, as long as the targeting's correct. Now we're going to try to regroup with the others here and take care of the second wave. Although the enigmatic Spectre here kind of has his own antics.
You're done.
We're going to try to stagger enigmatic as quickly as possible. This isn't going particularly well, but we'll make it work. Quick stagger. Tifa finishes it with a limit, and we're out of there. In hard mode, you have to kill the mysterious entities while they're staggered to pressure enigmatic, who only pressures for a short, seemingly unpredictable amount of time. It's quite annoying. So there I was trying to get the first 3 guys staggered as quickly as possible, and then trying to get one more Blizzara on the enigmatic to stagger him, allowing Tifa to finish it with her limit break. Tifa's got the strongest physical stat in the game, and her attacks deal pretty hefty amounts of damage. And they also have certain buffs, which we'll see later. That'll end up being a staple in later battles. But now that we cleared that, Cloud's gonna have to come on with Avalanche for the next mission. The next mission for Avalanche, and it's gonna be Cloud, Barret, and Tifa for the next few chapters. We're gonna get on the train and start the next mission. It's a good time to talk about that. So this is any %, and there is one skip that we'll be doing later in the game. Intergrade patched most of the glitches that resulted in said skips. So there was infinite flea glitch, there was potion lag, there was infinite staircase and stuff like that. Infinite flea was patched, which resulted in most of the skips in the PS4 version being unusable. There's one remaining later in the run that we know of right now that doesn't utilize infinite flea.
Why is that?
So there was actually a skip for this chapter coming up in PS4, which we're no longer able to do. So we do have to play through like normal. But usually you would try to kill your character with honestly, I forget how it went because it's been a while on PS4. Nor did I run any % on PS4, so I'm going to be honest, I don't know how it goes. But anyways, Shinra is going to... we're going to get flagged. Our IDs are going to get flagged, so they're going to send in the security here to neutralize the threat on the train. Very straightforward, just magnified spells and get out. And we're going to have to make the jump. And we're going to be seeing a lot of Tifa's parry in this chapter. A lot of early fleas early on in the railroad tracks, and Tifa's parry is the fastest movement tech once again. So we're just going to be running along the tracks here. Flee this battle.
It's them! We have a visual on the target. Requesting immediate assistance.
He's close. Come on.
Tifa,
I'm not sure.
could use some help here.
We're coming.
Make it quick. Should be some stairs over there.
We better hurry.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Oops. I was looking away for a second. I was just making a quick adjustment on the output. But anyways, now we're gonna be reunited with Barrett.
That doesn't sound good.
We're gonna come down here. We're gonna try to warp Tifa down, just like that. Parry out of this battle. Now I got a menu coming up. Alright, so that was the first, like, semi-significant menu of the run. It was only a few materia swaps, though. I got everything carefully mapped out to be in certain... certain positions. So each materia has a specific slot, numbered 1 through 10, based on the 10 materia slots. And, initially, the menus are pretty easy. It's just moving some elements around. Later on, as the parties change... the menus will get a little bit more complex to kind of move things around because different characters have different utilizations. And some of our materia is pretty limited. For example, we only have 2 magic up materias. More parrying.
Where are you going?
But that menu will set Cloud up set this entire party up for the next few chapters. It'll be Lightning Magnify for the most part. It'll also be Lightning MP Absorb, so we'll be recycling our MP a little bit, leaving some flexibility for that.
You're dead.
More parrying through the rats. Now, there is some RNG with fleeing. That was a very early one. I can get all the way down the stairs on the fleas. It's a little annoying, but that was close. I tried to prime the damage because Cloud's Thundaga doesn't always kill the gas strikes when magnified, and that almost killed it with that Omni Strike, but it worked out. So which allows us to get extra distance with Tifa. We're gonna let Barrett finish the work there, while getting to where we have to go with Tifa in combat, just trying to optimize our movement whenever possible. Switch to Cloud, ATB boost. Take care of the 2 gas strikes pretty quickly here. We'll let Tifa finish that, hopefully. Or not. Please. Yeah, sometimes you gotta... sometimes you let the AI try to finish your battles when there's just a sliver of health left. And the AI is timid sometimes, so they don't. That was a fine example of that. Tifa almost took care of it, but decided to change her target at the last second. The AI is not... It's not the best to deal with in this game, but we try to make do with what we got. We're going to come down here for another cast of Catastrophe. We're going to try to get as far as we can with Tifa. We're going to need to clean up this one guard here, which will do just like that. Sometimes you can get them all with 1 Thunder Magnify and Catastrophe. Sometimes that'll happen. Luckily, Tifa's got the ATB for that. 48. I'm gonna grab these MP crates. I don't think I quite touched on that. MP crates are scattered throughout pretty much every chapter. They regen 10% of, I think it is, of your MP count. It's one of the only easy ways we have to regenerate MP in this in hard mode. Says we don't have access to ethers and we don't get MP at benches. So it's MP crates, MP absorb, or Aerith's soul drain, which we'll see when we get there. But I grabbed those just to have that extra insurance against the boss battle coming up, just to make sure have that insurance in case something goes wrong and have an extra cast. Most chapters MP is very carefully routed, with a little bit of a factor of safety involved, but sometimes you can just never have too much. Now, Catastrophe on mobs is interesting. In some battles, it's pretty reliable. In other battles, it is not. This one is pretty reliable. I'm going to sit here. We're going to wait, let everyone kind of stay put. And then Barrett's going to go for the Catastrophe on the missile launcher, which will... It has a massive AoE, but it has to actually connect with something for that AoE to take effect, which we hope for there. And since it hit the missile launchers, the AoE will take care of the entire field. It's very good at that. It's also very bad at that. So I try to... We try to minimize its use as much as we can. One more Thundaga Magnify to take care of those while getting to the door with Tifa. And now we're coming up on Crab Warden, which we also like to call the targeting boss. It's not a very hard boss, but the targeting is a nightmare.
This it?
Because there's so many targetable parts in a 3D environment, which are not easy to deal with. Come on. So we're gonna come down here. I'm gonna prime damage on the rear leg. Retarget the front leg. It's weak to magic, so it'll get destroyed right there. Pressuring it. And we're gonna stagger. I'm gonna tactical menu because I don't like targeting this generator. And that's phase 1. Targeting the generator in the 3D space with the analog stick is very difficult, so I find it easier just to tactical menu to target the generator specifically. Now for phase 2, it's a little bit more straightforward now. So I can, like, once again, targeting. Perfect. That was slightly new. I used to go back there with Tifa to take care of the back leg physically, which wouldn't always work. I realized I could just do a second Thunder cast with Cloud, and there it was damaged enough where a single Thunder Magnify could take care of it. So now we're going to switch the Barret so he doesn't for Catastrophe and finish this up. Destroying that last leg along with Catastrophe's limit or stagger game. We'll stagger it, and that's the boss battle. The generator is super weak, so it pretty much has a defense of 1. It's just targeting it is the problem. But by each leg destroyed, you get I think it's 40 or 45% of the stagger gauge filled up from destroying it, which is multiplied if it's pressured. So that's why we mainly target the legs there. It yields quick staggers, and it makes the generator targetable with its defense of 1. The last phase, Barret was able to target Catastrophe through it to the back leg, which is weak to physical. The front legs are weak to magic. And that was Crab Warden. That was a pretty good chapter overall. There's several ways to deal with Crab Warden, though, with the legs. Each runner has a different way of dealing with it. You don't even have to target the legs necessarily. You can utilize synergy for it on Cloud. There's a lot of different ways that are optimal to deal with it. That's what I find the most comfortable. And it's not necessarily just trying to find every most optimal boss strat. It's also finding the boss strat that A, works for you, that B, is somewhat optimal, and C, fits into your route. There's a balance between taking a semi-suboptimal battle for less menuing. Because menuing is like the major time sink of the run, especially if it's not like perfect like placements. So we try to minimize our menu, like we try to optimize our boss battles, but I try to do it with the route in mind as well. So I make do with that Crab Warden with what I have for the surrounding battle, so I don't have the menu before or after the battle, and I can just keep the loadout.
Let's go.
But that is what's pretty cool about New Game Plus, and especially hard mode, is you do have the flexibility, and since the bosses have higher HP pools and hit harder, it's balanced out for the fact that we're overpowered. And at this point in the game, the boss's HP pools start rising very quickly. Early game, it was it wasn't quite balanced for fully maxed out loadouts, but as you get later in the run, it does. So at this point, a lot of HP pools do become more substantial. So this is also new and expanded in Remake over the OG. There was also a skip in this in the PS4 version of Remake, which was, again, patched out because of no infinite fleet. It's a bit of a labyrinth and a maze. It can be really hard to navigate, but it's not super eventful. It's just a lot of mob battles and turning off lights and pulling switches and stuff. But again, there is a bit of movement tech in this, and once again, the variable flee distance is another source of minor RNG. Especially because anytime Tifa's involved with the fleeing, the time differential grows.
We're still in.
Yeah,
Okay,
unfortunately.
Well,
go for 10.
The only other route that I can think of would be
And now we're just trying to find our way across.
Along the wall.
up for giving it.
so we're shooting for those giant fans way over there.
Those ventilation fans?
Keeping the plates air clean by pushing the smog into the slums.
Going on, Steve?
Systems
Welcome,
designed
welcome.
to make shit roll downhill faster.
Yeah, so that was a bit of an early flee there. You can get all the way down to like this point with Tifa's parry, which is much quicker, but you just got to take what you can get and run with it. It usually balances itself out where some fleas will be much further than others.
No feel, no fear. Yeah, no fear. No fear. No fear. No fear. No fear. Little fear.
And I'm sorry to hear that.
Hey, guys.
You chickening out?
Hell no. I'm just...
Enough!
Okay, then. Follow me.
Just gotta pass in front of the massive fans here. Very slow.
One with a tornado warning, maybe? Don't look at the fan, whatever you do.
Right.
Uh, 29, nice, nice. So now that we passed that, we're finally going to get to some more, a little bit more action in the chapter. We got to turn off 3 sun laps to power this conveyor belt here.
Seconds, baby. 3 tops.
Section H is just up ahead. Slow and steady, guys.
And that's our objective.
There's sector 7 or sector 4 below
Yeah,
the
I'm
slum.
pretty sure that's the one.
So we're on the underplate right now. Wait for the camera to pan, and here we go.
By the light of these magnificent lamps, we shall lead our brothers and
So we're going to go up these stairs here. We're going to be greeted by 4 gas strikes. I'm going to hope that these Thundagas can take care of the gas strikes that may or may not happen. But we're going to hope it does. It definitely did not happen. That's, again, not ideal. But those kind of things happen. Their placement's a bit random. I haven't quite figured out how to consistently take care of all 4 of them, but what can you do? We're going to lock onto the one on the left. An interesting quirk about Magnify is, well, first off, an Intergrade, its range was increased substantially, but it seems to work better from left to right than it does from right to left. If I target the right sentry ray there, it will not propagate to the left one, but when I target the left one, it does propagate to the right one. It's a really strange quirk. And it seems to be consistent elsewhere too with the left and right. It always works better left to right than it does right to left when they're more far away. The game's gonna make us think. The game's gonna try to get us to go that way. It turns out to be faster to go back the way we came, thanks to fleeing. Otherwise, we would have to wait for the conveyor down there. So this is like one of the battles we don't want the flee to extend forever on. We're actually gonna wait for battle to end. The reason for that is if we link these 2 battles together and got all the way over here. Just 1 second. Come on.
Where was that last light again?
We got all the way over here, and then warp Cloud. Cloud will be directly above us, and this game doesn't really look at the vertical axis when it calculates the distance for fleeing. So you might end up back. Cloud might just warp Tifa back up instead of Cloud warping down to you, because it just sees you like pretty much in the same spot horizontally. That's a factor in a couple sections that are vertical. Another interesting little time save here if we can execute it. We're gonna Thunder Magnify. We're gonna get all the way to the ladder, and if we get here soon enough, we're gonna end combat before the next wave of enemies spawn in. and we can get straight up here and turn the lamp off. Now, why do we do that? When we get back down, the battle's going to fire up again because they're still spawned in. But now, instead of having to take care of them before going up the ladder, we can just parry away and flee.
I hope that Jesse's injury isn't anything serious.
So we don't have to fight these guys. We can just go back the way we came and flee that battle. Otherwise, you would just have to kill them both, but then, which isn't much of a loss, but in itself. But then you wouldn't get to flee. You wouldn't get the speed of the parries after that. So that's where the time save is.
And we're back at the cargo platform.
Get ready, Mako Reactor 5.
So we got one last battle coming up in this chapter. In a new game run, this can actually be a pretty difficult battle. You don't have Magnify, you don't have super powerful spells, and they have some pretty powerful attacks that can take out your party pretty quick. And in New Game Plus, this battle's pretty straight. It's pretty easy. It's literally just spam Thunder Magnify. Pretty much every mob battle in New Game Plus is pretty you're overpowered for. That's not to say there isn't interesting tech involved in a lot of them. That doesn't mean they're not optimized, but you are still pretty overpowered, especially in the early game mobs. That'll change later on in the run. Gonna quickly make a Cloud party leader here. And one. Just gonna start spamming away.
You're done. All out.
There we go. And by switching to Tifa there, she was far enough away where it warps Cloud to her instead of Tifa back to Cloud. So that's a little bit of a save in movement. Ideally, I could have gotten Tifa all the way to the ladder, but I didn't want to mess with the inputs. So it's trying to find the balance between
Why didn't you say something
optimal movement and optimal like inputting.
It's like walking a tightrope. When you're on it, only 2 ways off.
better keep
And
my
we're just gonna make our way into the next reactor through this little section.
I wonder.
Tifa?
It's nothing. Just thinking about the next step. Didn't think I'd be this nervous.
Some things you never.
We'll be greeted by not Wedge, Biggs, who will give us some grappling hooks for our escape. But reactor probably looks somewhat familiar. This looks like Reactor 1. It's just a little bit different, with one small twist.
Here, maybe?
We'll be greeted by that in a second.
That could work.
First of all, we got to find a way down because the way we came in is a little bit different than the first reactor. Nice little sliding here. So we're going to be introduced
Kinda scary, huh?
to this guy, Airbuster. Now, this whole chapter serves as a build-up for the ending boss battle, basically. We're going to fight this thing, if you haven't guessed already.
Mechanized units like these were designed to take out giant monsters.
So that's kind of the first introduction.
Who decided to deploy it?
Casually, you're probably...
That would be to run like hell.
I will admit, casually, I was intimidated the first time I played that game, seeing that and realizing I was going to have to fight it. Especially being new to the game and new to JRPGs in general. But first we got to go down. Little triple slash here. Barrett will finish it with his Synergy Thunder once
Just
again.
like that, okay?
I got you. Almost there.
We're going to ATB boost here. It's going to be 2 Thunder Magnifies. 1. Alright. I tried to get the movement there with Tifa to get Cloud down by the ladder, but I wasn't far enough, and Tifa warped back to Cloud. I switched too late. So here we're going to do 1 Thunder. It's just more Thunder Magnify spam. And that's it.
All done.
Because once again, the Sentry Rays will initiate the ATB Stagger, and the Thunder with Cloud at max MP is super overpowered. And the MP Absorb, which we've been having on, once again recycles the ATB. Or not, recycles the MP, excuse me. There's a lot to confuse there. To keep us at max. Because when you use MP Absorb in conjunction with Magnify, all 3 of the spells that deal damage will also absorb your MP, so you actually absorb more MP with a magnified spell than a conventional spell. So we're going to get greeted by 3 shock troopers here. We're going to hope that Catastrophe works. It has a chance of not working. It looks like it's going to, though. It did. So the AoE will, as long as it hits one, the AoE once again will take care of the others. However, Catastrophe is a bit janky, and if one of the shock troopers did his dodge move, which is very possible at somebody's basic physical attack, then it can be considered dodged for the Catastrophe as well. And that just, it would not hit anything, and then we're stuck with cleanup. But it works like 95% of the time, and the cleanup's not horrible. So we're going to do a Star Shower here. That was an unnecessary Punisher there because Barrett finished it with Synergy, which I was not expecting.
Key card.
You think? Nice work.
So yeah, the room's just a big mob battle.
Looks like a
It's tough to optimize. You could use Catastrophe here. It misses a lot. I elected for Star Shower there because it does take care of a lot of enemies.
Think you can get it?
Needs a key card.
Try that key.
M units.
Yep.
With Airbuster, you can. The game will try to walk you through picking up key cards and using these terminals to disarm it. You can do big bomber shells, or you can do AI cores or M units. M units basically just give you items that you can sell. They weaken Airbuster, but in the speedrun sense, we don't need to do that because we try to make Airbuster look silly anyway. But it costs too much more time than it's worth, so like casually you could weaken Airbuster a little bit. I'm not entirely sure how much, but you can. But we're not going to be doing that. That first one was mandatory, though.
Mow him down.
Lucky I stretched.
There we go. We're going to try to get the optimal movement with Tifa while casting the spells with Barrett in the background. Or Cloud in the background. I'm going to be mixing up names a lot. I apologize. This guy is going to be doing his job. We can't advance until he's done with his dialogue. So we're just going to wait it out and then quickly finish him with Tifa.
Pretty sure that console controls.
We go much faster than the game anticipates us, so we get stuck with HP gates and dialogue.
Okay, everything. Those greedy
Barrett.
the people.
1,000 Gil says they cut this out.
This is all lead-in for the ending boss battle of this chapter. So Barrett, actually, I'll do that. Should work. There we go. So I kind of waited there. I wanted to make sure Catastrophe would connect, and if the Shock Trooper decided to lock on to Tifa, and Tifa goes around the corner, then Catastrophe won't connect to him. So I just had to exhibit some patience there. That was unfortunate. This is a bit messy right now. But we didn't lose any time because that guy would be HP locked anyway until his dialogue was done. So there was no time lost there. Those elite guys can move around quite a bit, and if you cast the command and you're too far away, you're gonna whiff.
I don't dance.
As what happened there. But there's a lot of moving parts in these rooms that it can be pretty hard to hit them all reliably. Again, I could use Catastrophe as a little bit of suppressing fire, but I'm trying to avoid that. That room's pretty easy. There's only a few guards. Pretty easy to take care of. That would be the last room, though. Each room, again, has terminals that allow you to disarm Airbuster a little bit with the key cards. But we can just skip on ahead. Greeted with a couple shock troopers here. A bit of RNG involved. We're going to try to get him an AoE, which looks like it's going to happen. Yes, it will. If they get close enough together and not around the corner, once again, Catastrophe will connect and AoE both of them. The placement of the guy in the back's a little bit of RNG, though, of who he targets and what he does. He can stay in place and be too far away. So we did get kind of lucky there. We would just have to clean it up with other commands if we got stuck with that. So this is kind of like the final mob battle here. Like in most cases, Catastrophe will take care of the whole mob. And then, because we're going so fast, the game doesn't expect this, and we're stuck. It's just an HP lock. I can swing all I want. Nothing's going to happen. Although, it's worth noting, I am gaining the stagger meter, though. We're just going to wait. And at that point, you can just slash him off, and he's done.
Hey guys. Looks like
We definitely took
So we kind of see what we did to Airbuster, which was nothing. We're going to do a quick menu here. It's we're going to put Cloud on Synergy now. Actually, I didn't want that. I want that Fury Ring, and I want this to be on Aerith. That was not quite what I wanted to do there. Anyways, we're going to put everyone on their magic weapons, because this is a very magic-intensive chapter. Put Cloud on Thundar. That should do it.
No way up.
Bit of a sloppy menu there, but trying to tuck my way through it, which I shouldn't be doing.
Keep looking.
But anyways, Cloud's going to be on Synergy for these next couple battles. We'll see how overpowered that is in a second. There you go. For every time I do Focus Strike, both Tifa regenerates ATB, because that's what it does, and Cloud will chime in with Synergy Lightning. Now, Cloud is pretty overpowered with his magic build, and you get the full effect of a tier 1 spell on the synergies. Plus again the 20% damage buff there, which will be a major factor for this upcoming battle. But first, got a little mini game. Door's locked.
It's locked down.
Is there any way?
Yeah, from that.
Pretty straightforward mini game.
Do you think we'll find
It's
it?
like a treasure vault. I like the sound of that.
Just a timing / synchronization mini game, really.
So how do we do?
It's simple. We move the left.
Got these ones.
I'll take left, which just leaves right. So
The emergency lockdown is currently in effect.
So we need to synchronize our movements?
in that case, follow my lead.
Nah, Tifa's.
Fine, have it your
We just
way.
gotta synchronize our
Okay,
movements with
pay
Tifa.
attention, you two. 3, 2, 1.
I concentrate on the game there. I try to line my the analog stick push with what Tifa does and not with the dialogue
We really did
to make sure it's consistent. You could be it's forgiving. You could be a little bit late, but you can't really be too early.
Tucked away in that vault.
I'm just gonna heal everyone up here just for any extra insurance. And here we go. The Airbuster. Very cinematic boss battle. It's also gonna be we're gonna make him look silly in hard mode with synergy. So pay attention to this. We're gonna switch to Tifa, and we're gonna loop some focus strikes in here. 2, 3. For every one of these, Cloud is casting a spell. That's phase 1. So I'm gonna switch to Cloud here. This is pretty interesting. You can parry out of the Tank Buster, which you normally would not be able to avoid at all. That's phase 2. Normally, you would have to get out of the way of Tank Buster. It deals massive damage, but a little quirk there. If you parry in the corner, you take no damage at all. The game sees it as you dodging, basically. I'm gonna focus on this last part. We're just gonna be looping a lot of lightning spells. That should push the phase. Indeed it will. There you have it. Alright, but we're diving right in the next battle here. Just a quick menu to set this up again. B1, B4 to C2, C1 to A1, and then we're gonna come down here, set our shortcuts. Wait, no, that's Firaga. This is Blizzara Magnify, and that's Ascension. Okay. There's Aerith, flower girl we saw earlier. But we're going to be interrupted by a member of the Turks, Reno. And he just came to check in. We're not for that. We're going to become Aerith's bodyguard. And greeted by some guards. Our goal is to stagger at least 4 of them to charge our limit for the last phase of this battle. We do that via, once again, the Blizzara Magnifies. Just got to make sure they're timed correctly, because if they're not loaded into the battle, they will not pressure. Reno doesn't have a super high health pool. You could get away with just counters in this fight, basically, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to throw a couple Firagas at him. That's phase 1. Keep him stun locked. And finish it with a limit. This is Ascension, Cloud's level 2 limit. Has about twice the power of Cloud's level 1 limit. And because I'm on Cloud's magic weapon, the Mithril Saber, I do need to use that to finish him. The limit breaks are very cinematic in this game. You can also just switch characters, but not there, obviously, because Cloud's solo. To not view the animation will slow the battle down. But it's very cinematic and cool anytime you do any of the limits. So, it's going to be a slower portion of the run. So I got a little bit of time. I'm just going to go back to the Airbuster for a second. That is the first example of how Synergy really breaks open the run, and how we couldn't do that in the PS4 version because Synergy wasn't like that. Now that it's basically free, we can loop spells like that. And combined with MP Absorb, you also regenerate MP on the Synergize spells. So you don't get charged any MP, but you also regain MP, which we were already at full. So every time Tifa did a focus strike and regaining her ATB, we can also parry out of basically any move. So we were able to quickly get she's an ATB generating machine. And every time we did focus strike, Cloud did a synergize spell.
Over there.
And and would regenerate the MP, and every one of those spells had the 20% full MP damage buff. That's how we pushed phase 1 so fast. Same thing happened in phase 2. We were able to parry out of the Tank Buster, which you wouldn't think you'd be able to do. It was actually accidentally discovered recently while looking at the synergy strat. At least I think it was accidentally discovered. We didn't know we could do that for the longest time. And then once we parry out of the initial hit, we can just sit in it and continue doing our moves. And then the last phase was just looping lightning magic, since it's weak to it. Most enemies and bosses that are weak to a particular element, they take double damage from it. So after all the calculation of the damage is done, they'll take it'll just be doubled. Enemies can also be resistant to certain elements, which they'll take half or a tenth of the damage, or they can be completely immune to it. And in the rare case, they can also absorb elements. So all that needs to be taken into consideration, especially with a synergy involved.
Let's just go. Okay. See that pillar? Shall we mosey?
Let's.
So after all the fireworks of the last few chapters, we come up on the very slow portion of the run. It's a good another good opportunity to kind of just regain your composure after a very fast-paced chapters 5 through 7. We meet Aerith, the flower girl from earlier, fight Reno, fight him off, and then we make our escape. So we're going to escort Aerith back to our house and act as her bodyguard for a little while after falling from after the Airbuster battle.
They do more than just scout for candidates. Turks get called in to handle all kinds
very much
of situations with extreme
very much a downtime of the run.
Professional bad guys.
Yeah, we just get to listen to Cloud and Aerith with some dialogue.
So what's he to you?
You know, the music is the music in this game is amazing too. There's a lot of nostalgia involved if you played OG. A lot of remade tracks. There's also a ton of new tracks. Almost every boss has a unique track. There's a lot of. It's just the background music is so good.
Be surprised if you had.
Which makes playing this game that much more enjoyable, especially in a speedrun sense. But yeah, we're just gonna make our way through here. After this section, Aerith will join the party. We'll get introduced to her as in combat. She's a white mage. She's a black mage. She's whatever you want her to be, basically, when it comes to magic. She's super powerful. Arguably the strongest character in the game, damage-wise, because her magic stat is through the roof, and like we did with Airbuster, that could be exploited in unconventional ways. So whenever she's in the party, she'll be very heavy on offense, and she'll be our main magic dealer, while Cloud is going to be on support.
Ah, there it is. The wall. You know, but...
Too dangerous?
Too much. Maybe more than even... People hate all that passion. All those dreams. This time, I'll go first. After all, I can't count on you to wait.
Sure about this?
See for yourself.
So as we're up here on the slow section, we'll just take a moment to gather ourselves. There's not a whole lot to talk about right now.
Tell me a story.
Not for free.
Cheapskate.
There's a little bit of a delay in that movement there. I wait to a specific part. If you get too close to the floor triggers on that with that blue arrow, too soon, the game will back you away, which is a few second time loss.
You're killing me.
All that's pretty janky. We also call them the triangle boss because levers, ladders, door switches, stuff like that. Any trigger points are very notorious for being tough to get on right away. All right, Aerith's gonna be joining the party in a second. We're gonna be doing a pretty long menu here to get her set up.
We're getting
7, 8 to 8, 2 to 2. On the wind. Like I said, a bit of a longer menu here. I'm just making sure I do it right before I keep going.
closer to the station.
Yeah. So that sets up Aerith, since she's going to have to get first strike and all of the... pretty much she's got to get set up to be like the main damage dealer. I had her partially set up at the beginning of the run, but since we only have 2 first strike materia, 1 magnify, and stuff like that, they knew they'd be moved around the party a lot to your primary damage dealer. So I basically had to unset up Tifa and Cloud and fully set up Aerith. I did have her elements in place and a couple other materias, but there were still a lot of swaps necessary
Station's there.
to make sure
Oh, thought the world you knew didn't exist.
that Aerith is used to her max potential.
Oh, didn't expect to see you.
So we'll make our way through the Sector 5 scrapyard here. Something a little unique here. That's the one cutscene where we'll hold triangle to skip, because you can't do the pause skip right away because it's panning. The triangle skip actually will skip it faster than you were able to do the pause skip. It's the only cutscene where that works out that way.
Not the kind of place anyone would ever choose.
A few mob battles where we try to optimize our movement. I'm gonna try to dash over to the rats a little bit. Accidentally open up tactical menu there. I'm gonna try to. Okay, they're not even gonna. Those Gorgers are notorious for trying Feast, which binds Cloud. Different enemies can bind you, and if they use a binding attack and you get caught in it, you're pretty much a sit and duck for as long as it's active. So if Cloud got feasted there, which is very possible, I'm stuck there, and I would have to switch to Aerith to find other means out of there. I got lucky there, and they barely even acknowledged my existence, so I was just able to run right through unimpeded. So Cloud's going to be, or Aerith's going to be the main damage dealer, but I'm not going to assume control of her too much because I just use magnified spells, so I'm just able to cast the shortcut commands to the non-active party member. So she'll lock on and do the magnified spells while I get as far as I can with Cloud. There'll be other times where I find it better to switch to the character for more extended periods.
The heart of the slums.
till the fair ways off.
Well, we did.
Nah,
Me,
a maid.
you're in for it.
Don't have time.
You'll want to make, and that's the final word on it. We'll get home quick.
And much like Tifa's parry, Cloud's rolling mechanic for dodging is actually slightly faster than traditional running. So we try to do that as much as possible when it comes to fleeing or gaining distance to the end of a battle.
Okay then.
That's why I've been rolling all the time when fleeing. It's just like Tifa's parry, it's not as fast, but it's faster than his conventional movement.
Don't wish you kept sleeping.
Just gonna wait a quick second. That guy can... The Smogger there can HP lock. And then you would just have to do cleanup otherwise. You'll also see he's doing a move called Self-Destruct, which we'll be utilizing later. That's actually one of the enemy skills that you can learn. The Smoggers will do that after getting destroyed in combat, even outside of battle, and it deals a huge chunk of health. It's their going away present, if you will. It's also an enemy skill, which we'll be using later to our advantage. So we do need to be a little extra careful when dealing with Smoggers. Alright, coming down here. Aerith's gonna compliment us on thinking ahead because we know what we're doing. We know what we need to do before we do it.
Think ahead. Yes, we're home free.
And we're coming up on the first bathroom break of the run. A little unskippable dialogue section. You can't skip it. You can't get out of it. So it's a good. It's like 90 seconds. It's a good opportunity to get upstretched, get refreshments, or in this case, use the bathroom. So I'm gonna get ready for that.
Relax a little now.
And we'll be right back.
Could come at us any time. Keep an eye out.
What are they watching?
Hey!
I made it first roll. What could they possibly be trying to accomplish?
Mako Reactor 5.
They're working for Wutai, isn't it obvious?
There's still a lot of smoke rising
Using
from the rubble.
spies so they don't have to break
While
the
fallen
ceasefire.
beams and other debris continue to hinder
those
rescue
foreign
efforts,
devils are
the
trying to
fires
start
appear to
another
have been
war.
mostly
So if we
extinguished.
help catch the bombers, we get a reward
Over
or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but would you
we're
mind
safe
answering a few
down here,
questions?
right?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you give
reason
us any
for
updates on the
Wutai's
status of the reactor?
So,
What
when
kind
the
of
train's
damage did
gonna
it
start
suffer
up
in the
again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgard.
Alright. Actually back sooner than I expected.
This group has now attacked 2
But as you can see, it's like 90 seconds or so. It's a good opportunity to
before they strike again.
get up and stretch.
What do you think?
It's a pretty slow section coming up. But since you can't go anywhere, it's a good opportunity to...
Shinra will keep Midgard safe.
Those Avalanche guys are unbelievable.
Okay, time's up.
There you go.
We need to stand up and fight.
All right,
All right.
let's go.
Tries to destroy our way of life.
So we're gonna be walking Aerith back to her house as she gets flagged down by several residents of the slums. Aerith is very well known in this section. She's a very giving person, helps out a lot, and she helps out pretty much everyone. So everyone here basically knows her. So it's a long walk back to her house.
Exactly. They're what give the local cuisine.
I help out every now and then. It's fun. Aerith! Well, well. What are you doing all the way up there?
Was trying to get a look at the reactor. Who's this guy?
This is Cloud. He's a mercenary. And currently my bodyguard. That's Oates.
See you.
2 peas in a pod.
But yeah, so because I didn't really talk about it all in one concentrated area. Intergrade, again, the PS5 upgrade for this game. It did the obvious, you know, it upgraded it to 60 FPS. It substantially decreased the loading time. It's like a 30 to 40 minute time save if you were on SSD on PS4. Just in the save loads. Also, by the way, I am currently stuck between the kids. But anyway, so the biggest one was the loading times. All the cutscene skips are substantially reduced. The game's obviously in 60 FPS, but there's a lot of under-the-hood improvements, too, that were made over the PS4 version. A lot of minor tweaks as well that weren't explicitly told you, but we eventually figured out. So, for example, you're able to cancel out of most moves now, so you can cancel out of, like, abilities, ending animations. You can dodge out of certain attacks, like Latifah's whirling uppercut. You can parry out of it, which we'll be seeing a lot later. So it makes her an ATB generating machine that wasn't entirely possible in PS4. The movement tech of the constant parrying is also faster. Overall combat just feels faster. Magnify has an increased range, as I think they covered already. So enemies, or a lot of enemies, can be like all the way across the battle arena, and they'll still get hit by the Magnify spells. Wind, a spell which we haven't utilized yet, which we'll actually utilize soon. Got a massive buff. There used to be, I think, an unintended mechanic. Hold on, I gotta save a little coming up.
You sure you want to say that to a florist?
Better than lying.
Okay.
Okay. So Wind, you used to just cast it, and then since most of the time the flying enemies were weak to it, they're very mobile, and you cast a Wind spell, and it just stays in place, and enemies can just fly right out of it. In Intergrade, Wind will now stick to the enemies, which makes it so much more useful. There's a couple minor things. Synergy is a huge one. That one got the no MP, no ATB requirement, which was not the case in PS4, making the materia. Basically, that materia went from worst to first. It used to be never utilized. It was arguably the worst materia in the game. Now it's arguably one of the best materia. There's also very minor things. ATB boost.
There you go. That's my house.
Had its
It's amazing.
had its cooldown time cut in half. It used to be 120 seconds. Now it's 60 seconds. So there's a lot of little quality of life improvements outside of the stuff that's like outside of the stuff on paper. Also introduces photo mode and stuff like that. Not to mention the intermission DLC content, which introduces Yuffie as a playable character. And a whole new scope of combat there. It's really fun. And a little side story, too, along with a little bonus content at the end. It was a cool addition to this game, and definitely feels built for, like, the PS5.
Which ones do you think we should pick?
Thanks for the good luck, guys.
Oh, don't be like that. I know you have an eye for this kind of thing. Good eye. People used to...
And then the major thing, too, with the any percent category is a lot of the skips, or the glitches that produce the skips were patched. Since the maps load quicker and Infinite Flee was patched, it makes there used to be skips for Chapter 5, 6. We would skip this part, 8 into Chapter 9. There was one for Chapter 10, Chapter 11, Chapter 13 into 14, and then Chapter 15. The only one that remains is Chapter 15. That we know of right now. I know when this was run last time in GDQ.
I think we're good now. What do you say? Shall we go?
Yeah, there were a few skips that weren't discovered yet, and then and obviously all the skips were patched. But this is still any percent. There is one skip we'll be doing later. One major skip, that is.
I'm not cut out for this crap.
Sure you are. And when you're done, you'll be drowning in job offers.
So much like Sector 3, this is another hub area. A lot of shops, areas to kind of restock on things. Again, we don't need to do any of that. Chadley, who we talked to in Sector 3, he's very useful in new games because he has all your good materia. I almost went the wrong way there. That you have to do certain quests for, and then talk to him, and he'll the material will become available. Little battle intel quests.
I remember you.
Obviously, since we have everything, we don't need to do that. It's a neat addition because there's a lot of good material that he has. But none of that matters here. That's the cool thing about New Game Plus is it's really just you, your full arsenal, and a lot of overpowered enemies. So
I know someone who.
It really brings this down to combat and menuing, more than like your conventional leveling up and learning stuff and managing guild, which in itself is really cool too. But I feel like the New Game Plus has its own merits, since once again we have access to everything. So Oates here is going to lead us into the hideout where some kids have gone missing. Just like in Sector 3, we're kind of being led on. We're kind of going on job quests right now. This one's mandatory. Eventually, it'll open up more side quests that we ignore. But there's some interesting things here. We're going to do... Air's going to shine. We're going to be doing a move called Sorcerer's Storm to hopefully avoid Call to Arms, which rats will use if one of their friends gets killed. They'll spawn more rats, and then even more rats. And next thing you know, you got rat jam going on.
I used to, so where's the...
But if you kill them all at once, you don't got to worry about that. So we're going to try that in a section. Outside of that, it's mainly mob battles that we try to optimize as much as possible. No one right way to deal with it. I am electing to use mostly Thundara and Magnified through this section.
Nothing to do but look all over.
So Eric's going to cast that in the background as I advance with Cloud here.
Was never in doubt.
So first round of rats. We're going to switch to Air so everyone comes to her. We're going to round them all up, and that's it.
That wasn't so bad.
So if I killed one rat there, he would have used Call to Arms, spawned in several more rats, and suddenly you got a rat party. And a lot of time loss. Happens from time to time. It's not perfect, but Sorcerer's Storm is probably the most reliable way to deal with that.
I've got this.
So once again, we're going to switch. We're going to gather them all up. We're going to try to get them all. And we did.
Let's go.
Kinda in a rush, so...
Now you're
Try to get this. It looks like it's going to work. Or not. Okay. We're just going to do a thunder there on the rat. That happens too. I'm not quite sure what happened there. It looked like they were close enough, but that's one of the quirks of Magnify. Doesn't always work.
It's on you.
Go on.
Going all out.
That was interesting.
This one's for you.
Once again, another quirk of Magnify.
Every little bit helps.
That should work. Take care of those two, and then the Smoggers are going to spawn in here. Once again, we do that.
You jittery?
And we're already over here and ready to go. They will both use self-destruct, and we're forced into a slow walk, so it very well could deal a lot of damage, but we managed to beat that out. So overall, it's just managing ATB and Thundara and Magnify spam. Got a little unlucky in a couple spots with Magnify not propagating properly. That's just, it happens. You just got to be ready for it and respond accordingly. So we're going to try to gain as much distance as we can with Cloud now, get as close to where we need to go as possible there, because we're forced into this slow walk. And then Aerith will take care of that Smogger.
I might have.
Yeah, one more mob battle here. Just more hedgehogs.
Easy. Going all out.
So what's interesting here is I used way more MP than I traditionally do there because I had to use like 2 extra spells in that section. So this is probably the first time I've been as low as 37 MP on Aerith, which still isn't that big of a deal, but that's new. There's always 1 or 2 times in every single run where it's like that's never happened before, and arguably that's another time, even though it's like minor. Yeah, we're kind of forced into this slow walk listening to the kids. Right here, we're going to have a cutscene, and then we're going to be able to get out of here. So this is where the game would open up for more side quests, much like Chapter 3.
Thank you.
Unlike in Chapter 3, though, we don't have to do any of them. We can just advance forward. The game's going to try to convey you to do it, but we're not going to. Side quests are neat. They do give you some neat items and a nice reward at the end.
I know a lot of when I'm out on. Do you think? Well, I'm also.
But we don't do any of them in speedruns.
I always have the latest information.
So we're just going to make our way to the next advance the plot here. Another pretty fun battle. We're going to be introduced to the second member of the Turks, Rude. I'd say the cool guy, perhaps a little bit more of a level head. Reno tends to be the more vocal, flamboyant one. Rude tends to be a little bit more cooler.
Aaron, you're back.
But still very powerful too. Rude's no joke.
Great job. Oh, I nearly. He was dressed all in black. A little scary looking.
The Turks battles are always really fun because of the dialogue and the plot behind them. But the battle itself here is super straightforward. It's our first time using wind spells. We're just going to cast them both at the same time and end phase 1 just like that.
Okay.
Rude is weak to wind for whatever reason. We don't quite know why, but he is. Bosses tend to behave differently than your traditional enemy counterparts. So Cloud's going to use his limit. And then we're going to charge our ATB here. And then we're going to arrow. Almost, not quite. That was a little short on the damage there. It was a little bit of improv because normally I would either shortcut in Aroga or I should have done Aurora there. But I was short on MP, so I just went for the arrow. Just a little short. But it was a good battle. Very straightforward.
You're heading in.
Much like Chapter 3, got to scroll for the dialogue to advance the story because it's going to try to tell you. You still got side quests to complete. And we got a really fun escape mini game here. And we need full concentration for. It's really annoying. Alright, got out of there. Their house is a mess, and if you hit anything with your sword or with Cloud, it'll wake Aerith up, and you gotta just do it again. Eventually, the game will pity you and get rid of all the debris. But you just gotta try to avoid it, which is really annoying. It's like an instant, like 10 to 20 second loss if you hit something. Some people will sprint through there. I'm not that daring. I start sprinting at the end, but the movement can be pretty clean, but you just got to be careful. So now we're going to try to make our escape back to Sector 7. However, somebody figured it out anyway. And we're going to be intercepted right here by Aerith. So now she's going to guide us to Sector 7.
You can see the sky.
More menuing to set up this section. 1 to 8, 9, 9 to 3, 4 to 4, and 6 to healing. And put hard edge on. Cross slash, downgrade Cloud's limit. And then, Aurora. There we go. Set up this section as much as we can with shortcuts and stuff. Switch our magnified spell and downgrade Cloud's limit because we'll be utilizing both quite a bit. It's not exactly the most exciting section, and it's also one of the most boring mini games that could be interesting on the first time, but then when you got to do it over and over again, we just like to complain about it. But we complain about things tongue in cheek, like we just we go through. You'll see what I mean in a second. It's mostly mob battles once again. There's some interesting stuff going on in here, but for most part, it's pretty straightforward. We're utilizing Cloud's hard edge for the first time. It's his physical weapon. So Cloud, he's versatile. He could be physical or he could be magic build. It's based on your preference and what you're doing. The hard edge is his biggest or his most physical. The mithril is the most
and there's no other way.
Most magic build. But since Aerith is our Since Aerith is our mage, we're going to be utilizing Cloud's limit a lot to make him like as useful as we can. That was not what I meant to do there. There we go. Drake, a flying enemy, just cast an Aurora, easy peasy. But this is what I'm talking about, the crane arm minigame. It's about as exciting as it sounds. Not super long, but
Here's an idea.
You serious?
Absolutely.
like I said, 1 or 2 times, the puzzles can be kind of fun. After a while, you just want to get through it. I don't think that is high enough. It might have been actually, but I didn't want to risk it. The angle is really hard to tell if you're high enough on the crane. Now, if you're not high enough, you just start hitting the wall.
Well, what did I tell ya?
I am not going to grab the crate.
Stop.
Did we wake it up?
Keep it together.
So, Cloud's going to be busy doing cross slash. I'm going to switch to Aerith and chime in with a thunder spell. It's also worth noting, I don't use this a lot yet, but Cloud is on elemental lightning, which adds a damage buff onto all your major command attacks, your non-elemental based attacks, like Cloud's cross slash. Fully maxed out, it deals a 23% damage buff based on your weapon's magic stat. So, like, while the main attack is based on your weapon's physical stat, unless it's a magic-based attack, the extra damage is based on your weapon's magic stat. So the gain is negligible on the hard edge, but it's a little extra chip damage that really does help in the long run, I think. Also, if you're utilizing it against weak enemies, or enemies that are weak to a spell, it does double that damage. So we're actually dealing 46% extra damage based on the magic stat.
Hey, I bet you can grab that container with the arm. Well then, I'm gonna head down.
Yeah, these the R mini games, they gradually increase in difficulty or complexity. This one involves moving a crate. Now, if this was a new game, there would be materia that you could try to figure out as additional puzzle. But we don't worry about that. Is that high enough? Nice, it was high enough. That was actually a perfect height. I didn't have to go down at all there, so.
Okay, right there.
You try to get as close as you can so you don't have to, like, you just optimize the movement there. Once again, it's tough to see based on the angle, but that was actually, like, almost perfect. They didn't have to go up or down at all to let Aerith go. We'll have one more of those coming up as we make our way through here.
Cloud, over here.
Aerith's going to try to make us go straight. We know better than that. We're going to go this way. If we go that way, there's extra battles. We'll get a nice overhead view of where we're going, but there'll be an extra battle.
Not too fast, okay?
But we know where we're going, so we can just do our own thing. I'll be greeted by Vex badasses. And that's all it is. They're weak to fire. Aerith's got fire magnify, easy peasy. Occasionally, you might have to do a little cleanup there, but I'd say about 95% of the time, that the magnify fire plus one extra like swing from Aerith, who does it automatically, we'll take care of them. They also do have some very humorous dialogue.
Random question.
Won't be our first encounter with them.
Quit being a soldier.
That is random.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Did you have any soldier friends? Any war
Coming up here, one more. This one's a little bit trickier.
Oh, really?
I'm going to try to aim for the sweeper here. Which can be, there we go.
Don't overdo it.
We're going to ATB boost just for safety. Lightning, fire, magnify to take care of everything. Easy peasy.
Was never in doubt.
The fire magnify takes care of the two the mob enemies if or the two bandits if there's a if the cross slash doesn't. Cross slash does its thing, and then Aerith's thunder will take care of the sweeper. I do find it pretty important to make sure I do target the sweeper though for insurance. Although targeting in this game is a pain, as I talked about before, especially when there's a lot of targetable parts and a lot of enemies. Targeting isn't exactly the most intuitive thing, but we just try to fight it as much as possible. That's where a tactical menu comes into good use if you're unable to target efficiently. And this is the third of 3 of the mini games here. This one's actually a bit tricky at first. I know the first time I played this, I had no idea you could stack the crates, which is what was really hanging me up on this. So it's not exactly just like self-explanatory at first, admittedly, but once you figure it out, it's still pretty easy. Oh, did I do? Oh, no, oh. That's me kind of gazing off and getting distracted again. I accidentally triggered the pickup, so it's just a time sync. Those kind of things happen if you start dozing off a little bit or just getting distracted. Very minor, you can easily reverse it, but once you hit the button, you're locked into it. And I was button mashing a little bit too much, and I was mashing the wrong button. It happens.
Thanks for the lift. I'll have that ladder down for you in a sec.
Alright, we're done with that. Finally. As we'll get ready to make our way out of the expressway. We'll have one more battle coming up. This battle is can be pretty finicky. If you don't handle it quickly and properly, they can stun you. They can rob you, which isn't a big deal in New Game Plus, but they can steal your money. They're just annoying to deal with, but we're going to try to make it so it's just as easy as possible. We're going to try to stun them in place. Cross slash. Fire. Oh, one slipped away there. That was also an unnecessary fire. But close enough. Usually the goal there is to try to lock them all in place by taking a slash at them. That'll stun them. And then cross slash will usually take care of them. But one did slip away from us, so we just had to take care of that by other means.
Cloud, up top.
Time for the awkward high five. And we're out of the expressway. So we're going to be at the border to the Sector 7 here. We're going to get a little bit of... Aerith we'll be trying to pick Cloud's brain in the cutscene a little bit. We're going to skip that part. Aerith tries to pick Cloud's brain about his background as a soldier for Shinra. And we're going to make our way back to Sector 7 here.
Guess this is it.
So Aerith has the way, except... Yeah. We're going to see a certain somebody. We see Tifa coming in here via chocobo carriage. And she says she's going to try to confront Don Corneo. And we're a little worried about her. So now we're going to detour in the wall market. Which is a fun, vibrant place. A little sleazy, but very much changed from the OG. Made a little bit more, I don't know the right way to describe it, but
we're looking for
probably see what I mean.
Yes.
Save her.
So, this girl.
Well.
Intentionally picked the bottom dialogue there. We want to get Madam M's side quest, which we'll see later to save time. Each dialogue option you pick in this chapter in these sections are points towards Chocobo Sam or Madam M. And
maybe we'll
Yeah, we want Sam's or Madam M's side quest for time save later, so we have to select us specific menu options to allow that to happen. But yeah, the vibrant nightlife of Midgar, Sector 6 Mall Market.
Check it out.
We're gonna go confront Don Corneo, or at least we're gonna try.
Yeah.
Be greeted by Leslie here.
Not so fast. We're looking for something. Let me guess. Yeah? So people can't just...
How about me then?
Maybe.
You know Leslie?
Excuse?
Kinda cute.
Come on.
Do you have any... Aerith.
Seriously,
Cloud?
Denied.
And who can get...
The trio. First. And then there's Madam. Last but not least, they're an eccentric.
Duly noted. Thanks for the info.
Okay, we get told here that we do have to, we gotta ask one of the trio to try to get us into the audition later, for Corneo. So we're gonna talk to, we're gonna attempt to talk to Andrea, then Chocobo Sam, and then Madam M to try to get us in there. We do need to cycle through all three, so we're gonna go to, the Honeybee Inn first. See Johnny here getting rejected.
Let me handle it.
And why was...
I'm not really sure.
You're a man of many...
It was like, whoa.
Oh my god, I finally get to...
Too soon there. Come on. Next up is Chocobo Sam.
Step right up, step right up. Stupid.
Johnny seems to have the same ideas that we
Wait,
do.
here's... Pretty please?
Why not?
Really?
Sure.
Next time we'll be...
You want in?
How can you be...
Damn, you.
Sure do.
Another dialogue option there to point towards Madam M.
Welcome to the world of tomorrow.
So now we can go to the Madam M's part. Yeah, Madam M's place. So we're gonna buy the luxury course that is also a point towards Madam M's quest. It's expensive, but we have the guild to burn, so we're gonna burn it. We don't have to manage our guild at all, so we can just select whatever we want. That's the most optimized option there.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the luxury hand massage.
You're acting weird, Cloud.
Another brief moment here.
Really
While we
weird.
wait for this to play out.
Think you'll make a habit of it?
But
All right then. I think I've seen everything I need to see.
So?
she's gonna let us get in on one condition. What is a caveat, I should say.
You're one of the
And what?
Really?
But
Huh?
I could never stop doing so.
Is something wrong with my
I could pick the top option there. It doesn't matter because I've already accrued the three other options necessary, so that one does not matter.
What I said, but don't worry. So listen. There's an underground. If you win,
There any prizes? All right.
that they're already letting fighters inside. You should hurry.
We have to go fight in the Coliseum, and in a town like this, who knows what we're gonna get?
What have we gotten ourselves into?
Nothing good. I wouldn't expect a fair fight in this town.
Think we can win it all?
That's one thing I'm definitely sure of.
I appreciate the confidence. Just don't get too cocky, okay?
The doors are now open for tonight's Corneo Cup. Nothing gets the blood.
What's this? Team.
Yes, the two of us. I need to get...
All right, team it is.
Make our descent. We got one more save load coming up. It'll skip most of the elevator ride. We're gonna wait till the user interface appears on the screen. We're not gonna move though.
Down we go.
There we have it. One more save load. And that'll get us to the bottom. Still results in a net time save because that is a long elevator ride where you're just sitting there listening to a little bit of dialogue. Coming here to talk to Johnny first.
Oh.
Oh.
See, you got beaten up a little bit. Now it's our turn.
Cloud, and please make your...
We're in way too deep to back out now.
You two ready? Try not to.
It was a series of increasingly difficult battles, albeit still pretty straightforward. We're just going to cross slash. We're going to try to get a fire in here. And that was... This battle is notorious for some rough RNG, and we got the best luck we could have gotten there. Everyone died to cross slash. That normally doesn't happen. Normally I have to finish the dogs with fire, the notorious for dodging and stuff. That was as good as that could have gone. That was the quickest it could have gone, I should say. That was very nice.
Well, that's one. What's wrong?
The rules don't...
Yeah, a lot of these battles are pretty janky, a little bit of RNG involved. Tough to optimize. I'm just going to wait for the bell. There you have it.
Ready to rock? Just remember.
This next battle is a huge mob, which we're going to try to take care of efficiently as well.
Keep it together.
We're gonna do cross slash, and then we're gonna do this. 1, 2. That's it. Fire magnifies and cross slash will take care of that mob too.
It was 2 against, I don't remember how many exactly, but a lot. But somehow the winners of our match are...
That was match number 2.
Once again, Cloud and...
Have a little fun here while we're waiting. Can't do anything else right now. Okay. We got one more battle. We're gonna tweak our shortcuts a little bit. I'm going to do Ascension and Thundara here, just because we're fighting mechs. So I want to increase my damage output a little bit.
Man, it's the final match. I've got a lot of money riding on you two.
The final match will begin shortly.
We're just gonna do that.
Gotta give it my all.
Come on.
You jittery? Every little bit helps.
My turn.
It is a tough battle to optimize, but I try to go in there with Ascension to take a lot of damage off of the Cuddy, and then Aerith just spams Thunder Magic for Sweepy. I do have triple slashes to clean it up with, because Cloud does deal a lot of damage with a Hard Edge. But now we got the fun. We're gonna set this battle up very carefully here. We're gonna do Buster Sword, and then it's gonna be don't mind the menuing. C6, C4 to A4, 2 to 3, 3 to T1, C1. Tifa's Fury Ring, come down here. This becomes Thundara now. This becomes Disorder. Berserk, triple slash. Aerith gets nope, that's Blizzaga, then Thundaga. Aurora and Fire. Okay. I'm gonna focus for this strat. I'll explain it afterwards. There's a lot going on here. But pay attention to Hell House's stagger meter if I do this correctly. Nice little critical there. Okay. There's a very, very specific string of attacks we have to do to skip the God House face coming up, which is notorious for being difficult. So I'm going to focus. It's very intricate. Not super hard, but very intricate and strict. Triple slash to pressure it. 1, 2, and then Blizzaga, and then Thundaga, and then Thundara, and then Focus Thrust, because now we're going to skip God House, stagger it, boost, and then, oops, whoa, not that, Bio. Not what I wanted to do. That's fine, though. That's fine. It worked. That Berserk was unintentional. That was supposed to be a triple slash, but it really didn't make any difference at all. Charge up a little ATB here. Now we got to wait out this last phase here. We can't do anything until he finishes his little sequence here. So we just have to dodge lots and lots of flying debris. Ooh. I'm going to get a Berserk in here. And then we're going to use the opposite element to what it's using right now. It's using Thunder, so we're going to use the Aurora. Nice crit. That's the battle. That went perfectly. So, what happened there? Well, to start, Aerith has Synergy Ice. So everything Cloud does, Aerith will chime in with an Ice. Now, Ice is huge for Stagger. So for Phase 1, it was pretty straightforward. We're going to cast Disorder, which switches us to Punisher, interrupts the Hell House pretty easily, and then also regenerates some ATB. Then I also did Berserk with Cloud, which, much like we have with Fury Ring, cast Berserk status on the enemy. Now, that does stack. So the Hell House is Berserked, we're Berserked. Suddenly, it's 1.3 squared is our damage buff, because it stacks. Both of those yielded Blizzard Magnifies. We quickly pushed the phase there. Phase 2. Let me just make sure I do this part correctly.
Not interested.
I'm notorious. So, just to, at risk of getting scatterbrained here, earlier we wanted Madam M's side quests. We got them, which means that we can just walk out this door and turn around. Go right back in. There we go. Okay. So back to Hell House. So in Phase 2,
take a deep breath.
by doing that Punisher counter and the triple slash.
Hey, Cloud. Bro, I can call you bro, right?
Nope.
Oh, geez.
Just want to say that I'm totally relieved that you're looking
So the Punisher counter and the triple slash there will pressure the Hell House. Now, we want to build a stagger meter up to maximum stagger -1. I think it's like 180 or something, and then when it goes into God House, it increases. So we want to bring it up. We have a specific string of attacks, including Aerith's synergy casts, to bring it up short 1. So when it goes into God House, it proportionally increases, because God House will increase the stagger, but we proportionally increase, and then it's up. But any stagger we do is multiplied by 0.01 or 0.1, or it's reduced substantially. But since we're so close, all I had to do was a focus thrust in one swing, and we could skip the God House, which would otherwise mean you would have to go for the arm to pressure it and then stagger. So that specific string of attacks in that specific order, we're both push God House and max out the stagger meter without actually staggering it. It's very intricate and heavily mathed out. It's all carefully calculated. But now we got Aerith in her dress here. The dress is based on the side quests you do in Chapter 8. We did 0, so we get her basic low-tier dress. But she has said we have a certain someone that wants to see us. Andrea, who we tried to talk to earlier. So back to Honeybee Inn we go. For a very fun minigame. Or a bathroom break, depending on how you look at it. It's a good break in the run, but it's also a really fun minigame. It's the dance minigame. It's kind of like DDR, but very, very cinematic. It's also unskippable, so it's like 3 minutes long. It's a good 3-minute break, bathroom break. Grab a snack or two, refill your water, whatever you got to do.
It's pretty rare. Trust me. Come on.
Wait.
No can.
So the speedrunners will normally do that and let it play in the background.
Good evening.
So we're gonna get ready for that.
You must be Mr. Cloud. I've been instructed. What stage? The one in the back, sir. Straight through those doors.
And
I've dreamt of this moment. The Honeybee Inn.
And here's them, chosen by our honored.
Perfect. I'll be right back after I skip that. Time to spare. All right. Oh yeah, there's no real effect to not doing the mini game. You can get Andrea's earrings, which is like a little, I think it like some kind of this is an accessory that yields some benefit, but you don't got to worry about it. We'd rather just take our break, but there's no harm in not doing the mini game. You can't do anything about it. But as you can see, it's very cinematic and fun. I still got 7 in there, so that was good.
Well, you tried.
And that's that. It's like right at the halfway point of the run too, which is like almost perfect. Because once we clear this chapter, it gets a lot more fast-paced for the most part. Chapters 8 and 9 are very long compared to others. But others are much more combat heavy. Yeah, so there's much like the OG, Cloud is in a dress now. Cloud's dress is based on the side quests that we do in Chapter 9, and whose side quests we do. Since we didn't do any side quests, we get this dress, and then if we did Madame M's, we'd get a different one. I don't remember exactly which one it is. And if we did Chocobo Sam side quest, we would get another one. But since we didn't do any, we get this one. When we rescue Tifa, we will also find her in a dress. You will get a choice for that one if you complete all the side quests in Chapter 3. If you don't, you default to the mature dress. So as we make our way up to this point, we're going to be setting up for the next section of the run once we get down to the dungeon. Corneo is known for his many doors.
No way.
Here you are.
You serious?
Is there a problem?
I hope you know.
Oh, will be?
If you say so.
The two of you here for the audition? Second floor, at the very end of the walk. And don't go poking your nose in where it doesn't belong.
Alright. 2 of these doors and skip cutscene, and there's Tifa. But
so what happens now?
I'm gonna do a quick menu here. Fire A3 to A3 to A1. A1 to fire, and A2 to T10. We're gonna make this Mithril Saber. Knuckles. Wait, actually, shoot. I want that to be Fyra. I want this to still be, I got old menus in my mind now. I want this to still be Disorder. That wasn't what I meant to do. I'm actually going to set this up. Fyra. Okay, there we go. That was a bit of a messy menu. They'll get cleaner as I learn them more. This is a relatively new route. So the battles are familiar to me. The menus are not. So that was a bit of a sloppy one. I still kind of had old shortcut menus in there. I got everything marked down in notes, but sometimes I just let the muscle memory get to me.
Now, ladies, listen up. I'm sure you're still feeling a bit woozy, but tonight's audition's about to begin. Head out the door to the left and up the stairs. Come on, ladies, let's hustle.
But that loadout will set up the next boss battle, right, which is,
let's do this.
I think the quickest boss, the quickest boss battle in the game, and also one of the higher HP pools in the game, believe it or not. And substantially set up the next few chapters as well, with some minor swaps involved after. But it'll be another synergy, another broken synergy battle.
Better hurry.
Man, I'd love to spend some quality time with girls like that. Bet they're going at it right now.
But first, I got to do this one battle coming up here. Just gonna try to parry through them. There we go. It's pretty easy.
No surprises there.
And then we're gonna go confront Corneo here and rescue Cloud. That is all you're gonna see of Corneo. However, he is going to suggest that Shinra has a plot up their sleeve. So we gotta get out of here. But first, Abzu! Almost did the wrong input there. And there you have it. That was Abzu. 1 second. T2, A42, and then A2 to T1. Set up air shortcuts now. Or cloud shortcuts, I mean. Firaga, Fyra, and Fire. And yep. So Abzu is like the quickest boss battle in the game, and it also has the highest, like, I think the third highest boss HP pool at 94,000, if I remember correctly. And yeah. He's very weak to fire. I'll explain more about that in a second, because that was very much synergy in Arcane Ward, which we haven't seen yet. Let me get through this battle first, though.
Bring it. Need a light.
Aerith, do you want to... Okay. Sometimes inputting spells can be a problem, especially when it involves L2, which is really weird to press down with L1 to do shortcuts. But Abzu, so Arcane Ward gives you 2 casts for the price of 1 ATB. So, but the second cast is half damage and half MP. However, it can also be used in conjunction with Synergy and MP Absorb. So Aerith stayed on max MP through pretty much the whole battle, and every one of her Synergy fires was an Arcane Ward, which meant she got 2 of them.
Keep those gloves up.
One more second.
They're nothing.
That wasn't quite what I wanted to do. Neither was that. I guess we'll do that. Alright, that worked out. That battle didn't quite work out as planned. But yeah, so we just spammed that. And then Tifa Star Shower. That we haven't used that yet, I don't think. So Star Shower is one of Tifa's most powerful weapon abilities. And it also, not just that, it also will buff the next command you use by 70%. And that includes limit breaks. So when you use that before a limit break, the limit break will be buffed by 70%. So that somersault was buffed by Star Shower on her already powerful move, and Abzu has pretty weak physical defense, so it's very overpowered. So that's pretty much how that battle worked. It's pretty much don't let him do anything and maximize the potential with Synergy and Arcane Ward and all of that. The rest of the sewers is mainly just going to be a fire magnifier away through. There's a couple janky battles here and there just based on movement, but for the most part, there's not too much issue here. I'm going to try something here. This may or may not work. Looks like it's going to work this time, or not. Okay.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, like I said, janky battles. Normally that magnify should have connected, and it looks like it hit the wall, so what can you do? We got to grab the skeleton key on this side to keep moving on. So much like before, Cloud is like doing the mostly moving. He's going to be backup spell casting as needed because we fight a lot of mobs of 4. Aerith is our primary damage dealer, and she's got the magnify on, so it's a lot of time passively issuing commands with her while moving with Cloud.
Wait a minute.
That was weird.
I know this.
So this is where
And we're second.
Might be harder.
Let's just try to make. We can do this.
Yeah, for sure.
Burn.
Wait, what is... Why is... Yeah, it's behaving kind of weird right now. I've been missing a lot of magnified spells right now, which I find a little weird. I've had to do a lot of cleanup I don't normally have to do. So I'm going to chalk that one up to bad luck as well, and we'll see if we can get out of the rest of these. Yeah, that one worked fine. So we're not missing anything. I think I just had some bad luck there.
Don't you mean we've got this?
Let's go.
There's just nothing you can really do about certain things like that. You just got to eat it and try to minimize any loss that you might get in the process. There's Sahagin here. We'll split the damage with Cloud and Aerith because neither of them can take care of it fully efficiently. So Cloud's fire plus Aerith's fire will take care of that pretty easily and reliably. Yeah, section's a lot of going up ladders, pulling triggers, and mob battles. Also worth noting, Aerith remains on MP Absorb on fire throughout this section, so all of her magnified spells are essentially recycling her MP as per usual. So MP is no issue in this chapter, at least for Aerith. And she's doing pretty much 90% of the magic casting, so there's no problem there. Kind of the back half of the sewers here. We're almost out. We do have one notoriously difficult minigame coming up.
Don't hold back.
First a couple mobs though.
That wasn't so bad.
Won't be tough. Calling fire. Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach.
There's a couple of notorious enemies in this section, though, as easy as they seem. The Bluggoos and the Scissor Claws. Bluggoos can put you to sleep very quickly. They always use, like, Slumber Supreme first thing, which just puts anyone in it to sleep. So if you don't get your spells off fast enough, your whole party can get put to sleep, and then you're just sitting duck doing nothing. The Scissors Claws, if you don't take care of them very quickly and somebody hits them with a physical attack, they can use a move called Guard, which guards everything by a lot, so it knocks you back and pretty much reduces the damage a ton on any spell you do, so you have to kind of break it. We managed to avoid both, though, so that was good, but both of those can happen. So we just try to deal with them as fast as possible with Aerith's magnified spells. But we got the pump mini game coming up.
Wait.
Another mini game of precision and button mashing. Two of the there's strategies for this, but it's not really good strategies. It's kind of just a little bit of not luck, but timing.
So maybe this is
and even then a little bit of luck. But we'll see how we do here. The goal is 1-1-1, obviously. So we're gonna button mash, try to get this the red part there as wide as possible, and then try to get this in there. Okay, that's one. I would argue the first one's the hardest because it's so slow. It's so hard to sit back and time it right. You just get so antsy and hasty, and you really want to pull it ASAP. Too late. That's expected.
Try to stay in sync.
As you can see, it's pretty hard to time. It gets easier with each miss, though. Okay. Now the third one is hard because it goes super quick. You gotta be like on the ball here with timing.
Keep calm.
And the game can taunt you like that with those little misses.
Could have gone better.
Well, guess we're really gonna show this mini game off, aren't we? All right, 1, 2, 3. So each miss is like a 10-second time loss.
Okay, let's head back.
I mean,
Cloud's probably getting
just take what you can get and just run with it. It's it can be frustrating, but just got to eat it. Keep going. Might be worth noting my PB that I'm running against this run is a 3-2-1, and I just did a 1-2-3, so there's that. Didn't work. Ooh, it worked. Nice. All right, that was good.
Not bad.
Couple battles to finish off this section. Uh-oh. Oh no, that's not good. That is not what I wanted to do. Oh wait, I got it. Okay. I forgot I had somersault. Gotta sit there like a sitting duck and you forget you have something up your arsenal the whole time. That can happen. And we'll finish it off with Tifa as we get up to the ladder, and we're out of there. What's going on, new username? So we ascend from the sewers into the train graveyard. And we're trying to get back to Sector 7 ASAP because things are in danger over there.
We could get lost in here.
We were alerted of Shinra's plot to deal some real damage, so we're trying to get back there ASAP, but we do have to go through this area first.
I vote we stay in the light so we can see where we're going.
I feel pretty good about this run so far. I'm running against blank splits, so I don't really know, but nothing has gone really that bad so far. Most of the boss strats have been executed flawlessly.
Not just what kind. Everyone's those who lose.
Is that right?
I mean,
Then let's hurry.
I do think I'm going to utilize the new ghoul strat I just learned like 3 hours ago. We'll see what happens, I guess.
I don't think so. You're burning up.
I should not have done triple slash there. I just think it fits better with the route, so I might have to focus on that when we get there. But that's in a few minutes. Right now, we're just gonna make our way through the mob battles of this section. Coming up here is a Cripshay battle. These guys are pretty notorious. They have extremely high cut values, so they can interrupt pretty much anything that you do. Which is incredibly annoying, but so you have to be really careful because if they come in there for attacks on you, they're going to interrupt anything you're doing.
Did you guys hear it too?
Why would there be kids out here this late?
What?
I actually the splits are off both because I'm recording something and I kind of screwed them up when I tried to take off a couple split times and everything got all messed up, so I just kind of. These aren't permanent splits either. These are for this run only. I have the other splits saved elsewhere. All right, another mob battle here.
Punch through.
right. We gotta hurry. It's over.
This mob battle can be tricky. We're going to try to make our way through it pretty that was actually very good. It's amazing how fast the tune can change in this game sometimes. Yeah, you just deal with mobs of like 3 or 4, and then you just try to fire your way through with Magnify, and hope you hit the right ones. And that time it worked out really well. And we're just going to do back-to-back magnified spells there, get some distance with Tifa over here, and get all the way to this ladder. Magnified fires take care of the Crypt Shades pretty reliably. As notorious as they are. I want to get that first fiber off in that battle off ASAP, though, because they come in quick, and they will come in for an attack and interrupt you. So I want to beat them to that. Alright, now things are going to start getting a bit creepy here.
Let's see what's inside.
It's a very, very ghostly area. So, we'll be greeted by a lot of ghosts here. Some interesting, quirky mechanics in this section, though.
What was that? Look! Over there!
Let's see here. Ghost. I forgot what I was doing there for a second. But yeah, being that it's an undead enemy, and like most games or most Final Fantasy games, you are able to use cure spells or revival spells, curative spells to kill the ghost. Does a lot of damage. The Sid, I currently hold the world record in this category, 446.41. I think Sid is 450 right now.
What now?
This train will be stopping at the Sector 7 slums and is bound for the train's area. The train will be...
So yeah, we're gonna try utilizing a new ghoul strat and just hope that it goes well. It's pretty straightforward, but I just have to have good memory of how to do it. But I want to go for it.
That's not funny, you know.
Guess the crane's up there.
So in these couple of rooms coming up, we're going to be fighting more ghosts. We're going to have an interesting quirk with these, though. Tifa and Aerith will have a certain, like, scared animation, so they won't be able to... They won't be active right away. But you can cast spells via the tactical menu. And we're going to see what happens here in a second, but it's pretty cool. I'm going to grab these MP crates anyway.
I found you.
So I'm going to go into tactical menu here. I'm going to cast a FFVIIREMAKE Magnify with Aerith. It's an instant cast. And if I can end this battle soon enough, her MP just got refunded. Now, why does that happen? The game probably sees it as she didn't actually get the spell off because it was the animation didn't actually play. It just instant casted. So even though it did damage and casted instantly, it didn't actually charge the MP. The game refunded you because it didn't see it as a spell actually going off. The same thing is going to happen in this room right here. Okay, she does have max MP. Perfect. Aerith's at max MP. I got a new ghoul strat that I'm going to focus on. It actually keeps the current loadout as it should be. So I don't have the menu before, and the menu that I would normally do before, it gets moved to before Eligor, or like before. I just need to make sure I execute it properly. So let's see how this goes. This is brand new. This is what we do. This is what I do. So, Ghoul is a notoriously annoying boss in hard mode because we don't have access to items. But hang on a second.
Let me handle this. Yeah, it's on you.
Wait. Okay, no, I want that.
You're burning up. That'll do. Okay, let's go. Huh. I got this. There. Bring it.
Perfect. Okay. Phase 1 went well. I actually caught that Tifa had concentration there, which gives her level 2 chi right away, so she's got Omni Strike for her triangle ability instead of whirling uppercut. Which is what I want. phase 2.
You're up. Ready?
And perfectly executed. Nice. All right. So, Ghoul is incredibly annoying in hard mode because we don't have access to items. So, the traditional strat for a new game and any category that's not hard is use elixirs against it. It pretty much brings it down a phase and pushes the phase. Just do 2 elixirs. We don't have that, so we have to get creative. Ghoul is also notorious for being extremely overpowered with his attacks, and those flying desks are also really annoying. If you're not careful, any of the flying projectiles will knock you back, and then there's an attack on the ground that we tried to run away from will pretty much kill you. So we got to avoid all that. That's actually a brand new strat that I just learned today, and that executed perfectly. I don't have too much to say about it except that you try to pressure Ghoul based on you're doing a certain percentage of his health with physical damage. He can't be hit by magic until he goes into his ghostly form. So when he pressures, he can only be hit by magic attacks, which is where we switch to Aerith for, and then we just push the phase and pretty much rinse and repeat. Cure spells are extremely powerful against him and also substantially increases stagger gauge. That was really good.
It's moving. Maybe now we can get to the other side.
This is a little different now.
That's it. That's that.
Here I go.
Right behind you.
Goes to A. Goes B.
Let me handle it.
And I have to do it. Looks like I'm gonna have to do a limit here.
Watch yourself.
Ooh, that was bad. Yeah, that wasn't quite ideal. That's also new. I didn't have usually I would do a star shower there with Tifa, and the range of that will take care of all the crypt shays. I didn't have that, and the somersault did not take care of that. So that was a bit of improv there.
Do you think these trains might still run?
Bit unpracticed. That wasn't quite what I envisioned happening there, but it worked out. So. Now we gotta quickly get back to Sector 7 here, maneuver these trains, much like you did in OG. I'm gonna try to... do our heals in this section because it don't slow us down at all. Alright, so now I gotta do the full menu instead of the partial menu. So see T10, 10 to healing, this is important for later now, C3 to ice, A3 to ice, A9 to A1, that's wind, perfect, B1 to C1, and T4, oops, B10, alright, everyone's where they need to be here. Roga. Remove this Dolphin Flurry now. I'm just gonna leave it like that. Perfect.
Keep your cool.
No need to worry.
That wasn't fair. Take care of it, take care of it.
Enough.
There we go. Sometimes I over-rely on AI trying to take care of things, and doesn't always work. But yeah, that's a fine example there of a battle that was vastly improved by Intergrade. Now that the wind will stick to the enemies. Those drakes were notoriously difficult, where you used to have to sleep them or do something to keep them in place, but now you can just cast wind spells on them and deals big damage. And big stagger, too. But coming up on the next battle is Eligor. Eligor has an interesting mechanic known as Reflect, which we'll describe when we get there. We do have a means of dealing with that, though. I'm gonna issue a couple counters right off the bat. Get Dolphin Flurry in here. Get the spell in here. Switch to Aerith. Switch back to Cloud. ATB boost. And then we're gonna Berserk it. Once again to stack our stack the damage buffs. 1.3x both ways stacked. But now he's gonna cast Reflect, so we gotta get rid of Reflect here. I'm gonna switch to Aerith first. We're gonna wait for this. Arcane Ward. Try to get a little ATB here. And now we're going to do Breach, which will take care of that Reflect status. Cast Wind. Cloud doesn't have Wind. That's not a problem, I guess. Cloud was supposed to have Wind there. He did not have Wind, so that's different. Luckily, it didn't matter, though. Hopefully, it won't matter. Nice. Very nice battle. I got lucky there because Cloud normally casts an Aroga there. I guess maybe I didn't need it. That shouldn't cause too much of a problem, though. I'm not entirely sure why he didn't have it, but oh well. It doesn't matter. I Berserk it. Hold on a second. C1 to B1. Oh, he did. That's weird. C1 to B1, A7 to C7. C2 to A2, 8 to 8. C9 to MP up. And then shortcuts. Firaga, Fyra, and oops, that's just magnified. I'll explain the Berserk in 1 second. Let me just get through this battle. This is another one of those Whispers battles that's like super janky. We're gonna try to avoid the jank though. I'm going to intentionally airmail Star Shower here to avoid hitting Enigmatic Spectre, and then I'm going to cast Dolphin Flurry on Enigmatic. And that I still get the damage buff though, which is what I want. He won't unpressure at this point, and the battle is done. I Berserk it because it stacks the 30% damage buffs, and I need that to not have to micromanage Cloud and Aerith in the ATB or the Arcane Ward. I can let Cloud do whatever he wants, and Aerith stays in the Arcane Ward, and then all of the wind spells will be multiplied by times 0.3, 1.3, excuse me.
I'm getting sick of this. Don't they have anything better to do?
So it just makes Phase 2 a lot more easy and consistent.
What's wrong with these people?
I don't know why Cloud wasn't casting Wind there. I found that kind of weird. Unless he didn't. It doesn't matter. It's very easy to start overthinking some things. But in the end of the day, the game did what it did. You just got to move on. So at this point, we made it past the Whispers battle. We're going to make our way up the pillar here. Just ran into Biggs, who wasn't looking too good. We're trying to get to the top there to stop the plate drop. Because we now know that Shinra is planning to drop the plate on Sector 7 as a result of all the stuff with Avalanche. So we can't let that happen. So Hella Troopers are notoriously annoying as well. We just try to... Fyra usually takes care of them, but we do try to keep our distance. Because they can interrupt you, they can cut you, they can deal a lot of damage very quickly. But yeah, just a couple more mob battles as we make our ascent here, and then we're gonna hit the halfway point, and we're gonna switch roles to Aerith below. Too soon. Try to get too hasty on the cutscene skips, and that's the result.
You guys can't stay here.
So now we gotta go alert. We gotta go save Marlene and alert the residents of the impending doom.
Ethan, please! You need to get as far away from Sector 7 as possible, right now! Go to Sector 5 or 6!
Gonna make our way through the maze.
What are you doing here? Get
That's
out
it.
before you get yourself killed.
Oh god, look out!
Okay.
Marlene.
A lot of navigating very klutzy NPCs around here. Interesting mechanic in the next section here is what I learned is called NPC surfing, where we try to get a little bit of movement boost from all the groups of NPCs behind us. Which we got a little bit there. Let's see how this goes. Sometimes they'll fall on you, sometimes they'll run right around you. They can give us a nice boost though, as we're kind of seeing here. She keeps falling behind us.
Come on, we've got to go too. I'll be fine.
You get some fun interactions in this section as everyone trips over you. But there we go. That was actually that was one of the better ones, I thought. You can really get some good movement, surf those waves if you get enough of them in a group, and then I'll start falling all over you. I could probably fill in how this run's going after Reno and Rude, for the record.
Please be okay.
At least keep everyone up to sync on who's watching.
Hold on, Marlene. I'm coming for you.
As far as I know, we're on a really good pace right now.
You're Marlene, right?
And we find Marlene, we go to rescue her, but we're going to get intercepted here, and we're going to make a deal.
Do you think that I could help too?
Of course you can. Hey, what's your...
You would normally meet the third member of the Turks there, Zung. Zung, I don't know how to pronounce it, honestly, but he's like the leader of the Turks, and he goes there to intercept Aerith, who Shinra has a lot of interest in, for reasons we'll learn later.
And where do you think you're going?
Oh, I guess I'm gonna... Oh, okay, I didn't know Tifa... Did I end combat there? Normally, I don't think that Tifa's up there with me, and I managed to switch there. Or did I just warp Tifa up? I don't know. That's two, I've never seen that before. But I think I made use of that. That was some accidental movement that actually worked to our advantage. I didn't mean to warp Tifa up or get ahead, but it happened and it worked, so cool. Yep, we got just enough ATB. Starting ATB is one of the most annoying bits of RNG. You start anywhere from like 1.25 to 2 full ATB bars with first strike maxed out, which makes planning for strats pretty difficult without ATB boost. There I had to look at my ATB because I wanted to do boost between these battles and during this like unskippable area, and I had just enough to do so. Because I need one more bar. I basically need 2 bars total, but I also wanted to not boost up beforehand and do it in an area where I couldn't skip anyway. It just saves like a second. We'll do anything for a second. We gotta wait for the Grenadier to come down. I'm gonna rely on Tifa trying to attack it. That's easier said than done. Looks like she's gonna do it perfectly for a change. Cool. One more battle.
Stay sharp. Bird, move aside.
Oh no, that's not ideal. Actually, no, that's fine. I want to use Firaga on the shock, and then I want to get 1 full bar and then ATB boost to get 2 full bars to take care of the next 2 heli troopers with Firas. Starting ATB is a major factor in that if I started out with nearly 2 full ATB, I didn't have to worry about charging it, but I was less than that, so I had to worry about charging it. And I was running out of things to charge it with. And we're going to find Jesse also not looking so good. So now we're going to T40, T2, T2 to A2, B8 to T1. G1 to A1. C6 to C10. And 9 to 5. Okay, so now we're going to make a switch into Iron Blade. Do not reslot. And we're going to blow ourselves up for the first time. Not that way. Blade Burst, that one doesn't matter. Barrett needs Aurora. Let's go. So, Self-Destruct has a very intricate setup, which I will explain after the battle. But it's one of the enemy skills, and we're going to utilize it to blow ourselves up and get a limit break out of it. So we're going to block this, switch to Tifa, get one, do that, and then we're going to stun lock Reno and push the phase very quickly. Preserving, we can also limit break with Tifa here and do Dolphin Flurry to stun lock him, but we want to preserve it for the ideal phase 3. So by looping 2 Star Showers with ATB assist on Tifa, with 2 Blade Bursts from Cloud, along with Barrett's Fire Synergy just for good measure, you stun lock Reno and push the phase just as quick, if not even quicker. So now I got to do a little bit of ATB management here. First, I'm going to switch to Barrett to do some damage on this helicopter. And then I'm going to switch to Cloud, make sure I got at least 1 full bar here, and also take a hit of this. We're going to ATB boost for 2 full bars because we need that to do this. There you have it. And since I can now, I'm just going to do that. So by using Self-Destruct on Cloud on Reno, that's like the fastest way to deal with that strat and most consistent, and it also gives Cloud an instant limit break. More on that in a minute. But this last phase is quite heavy on RNG with movement and starting attacks. These guys are very aggressive, so it can become a clown fiesta very quickly if you don't have the right means to deal with it. But with 2 limits, this should work out very well. So on Reno, Cloud on Rude. Barrett. There you go. Yeah, this run is very good. I'm definitely nearly tied, if not ahead of PB right now, just for what it's worth. For those watching. Just a quick little update. That was a very good mid-game stretch. Chapters 9 through 11 were almost flawless, except for a couple mob battles. So, Self-Destruct. That will not be the first time we see this in this run. But that will not be the last time, but that was the first time. There's a very specific setup that we utilized for it. So, first off, I switched to Cloud's Iron Blade. That has a weapon ability upgrade called Reprieve, which lets you survive a death blow that deals enough damage. So like Self-Destruct would deal very heavy self damage, so you would survive that with 1 HP. But in order to do that, you need to avert instant death, which also Self-Destruct deals self damage and instant death, but it deals instant death first. So first things first is we need to avert that. And we link Subversion Materia with a maxed out Warding Materia to be immune to instant death. So that would mean that we at least get the self-damage and the limit charge out of it. Now, we also want Iron Blade for the Reprieve. We didn't need it in that battle, but it does optimize the menuing, because all I need to do now is swap back to Mithril Saber, because I did not carry over the Materia. This is setup is unique to Iron Blade. So that's got the Reprieve. That'll allow us to survive at 1 HP, but we're not done yet. Now we also need HP Absorb on enemy skill. HP Absorb, when maxed out, will, much like MP Absorb, only it'll give you 40% of the damage you deal back as healing. So that's why I survived that with like 20... I'm in a new chapter now, but that's why I survived that with 2,000 something health. So all of that, especially with minimizing Cloud's defense and HP count, that's why there were no HP ups there. Cloud effectively got his level 2 limit with taking a couple hits and dealing Self-Destruct. So that gave us our limit for Phase 3. There's a lot of Self-Destruct builds too in hard mode. I don't utilize many of them, but some runners do. a lot of battles you can self-destruct your way through. It's a very intricate setup, but it's very doable. It's a lot of free limits.
This is Sector 5, right? So where's
Which is a fine example of how in New Game Plus and hard mode, there's so many different ways to approach things, and there's no right way to do it.
I'm going as fast as you are.
So after that battle, we failed to stop the plate. We failed to stop the Turks from initiating the plate drop, so we had to make our grand escape. And now we're kind of seeing the damage done, both in Sector 7, as we saw at the beginning, and now kind of like the peripheral and running to Sector 5 to check on Marlene. We kind of see the effect on all the residents in like other sectors. But we're going to go see if Marlene's okay. Because we think she's here. Because we left her for Aerith to go save her.
Sit down. Don't wake her.
Which it turns out she is here. So we're just going to go check on her and get out of here. Alright, so we got to make the run back to Sector 7 now. Lots of running. Over 1 kilometer's worth of running. Probably closer to 2 or 3.
So how are we supposed to get back inside?
Underground passage in the park.
Good plan.
In case you ever wanted to get your cardio in the process, we're just running out and back.
Aerith showed me before.
This ancient girl knows her stuff. Didn't mean anything by it.
So the Reno and Rude battle was self-destruct. Now we're going to go back to more conventional setups for now, which basically means I'm just going to go back to Mithril Blade and the old materia setup I had on that, which is still saved. It's the closest thing we get to saving materia loadouts is, I don't want to go there, is going back to Mithril Saber. Do not reslot and come down here, and Barrett's going to be Blizzara and Blizzard and Focus Shot. Tifa's good. Presetting Barrett up for the next section where he finally gets to shine as a leader. So all I had to do there was to set this section up was put Mithril Blade back on, because the setup for Chapter 12 Pillar Climb and the setup for this next section are pretty much the same on Cloud. But the setup for Reno and Root is very different.
Over
there. So if one trip through the expressway wasn't enough, we're doing it again. Although, at least this time, Cloud already did the handiwork back in Chapter 9, so we can just kind of run through, basically. It's mainly just more mob battles. There's some interesting mini bosses in this section, some interesting movement.
Piece of cake.
I got right up close to him. That's not good. Oh, okay. Those kind of things happen. It's dealing with 4 Gorgers, and I got 1 magnified spell. And I couldn't quite find the right target for Tifa, so I got feasted there. Luckily, it was quick. And then it was pretty quick cleanup. So while we're making our way through the expressway again, at least we don't have to take the same exact way again. We're taking a little detour.
That way. We'll have to fight our way through. But it's our only shot.
And we got more Tifa parrying coming. We're going to go fast. Really, really fast. So we're just going to parry through all these battles. If we're fast enough, they will link together. Which apparently we're not. That happens. It's also based on the variable fleeing times. You can connect all of these battles, or that can happen. It's just kind of random. Seemingly random, at least. And then that's that. So a bit unconventional there. Tifa's did her limit on the sweeper prototype, and Cloud did magnify Firaga. I can be a super aggressive with spells in this section because this is all Cloud needs, so you don't have to worry about it. And they're not weak to fire, but that'll still take care of them. Get a little bit of extra distance there. Could have gone a lot further, but that failed me last time. Fire on these guys. Get some extra distance with Tifa. And then the Grungy Bandits. I think we're going to get the really good result here. No? That's not good. These things can happen, I guess. Certainly not ideal. There we go. Tifa got stunned there, and I was kind of a sit and duck. There wasn't much I could really do there. That's what I get for trying to get ahead with Cloud and not taking care of what I needed to take care of there. Little funny quirk there. Whenever I try to switch to Tifa to get a little bit of extra movement, Cloud does not take care of all those Rigmaws. And the one time that I stick on Cloud, I only needed one. Worked out, though. Just a funny quirk. Come on. Do I think I'll speedrun the next part, too? I think so. I mean, it depends on how the game is and if I'm still into it at that point, but I don't see any reason to not. I mean, that's kind of a loaded question because there's a lot of factors involved, but I definitely would want to as of now.
This is bad.
I'm very much into the speedrunning thing. I'm relatively new. You know, I started 9 months ago now. And this is like my first and only speed game. What are the mods? But yeah, as of now, and if like nothing really changes. Hey, Mosgrass, what's going on? So like yeah, in New Game Plus, you can run particular chapters as like practice. We run the whole game, so we start from chapter 1 via like a New Game Plus save file, and then play through the entire game linearly without skipping any segments, not like without loading other segments. Hey, Flubbier, yeah, my night's been going pretty good. I've been doing fairly well recently. Hope you're doing well as well. Hope you're doing well as well. Oh. Oh boy. Alright. I got a bigger menu coming up, and I'm also on page 2 finally. So now we're really surveying the damage of the Sector 7 slums, and we're gonna...
1, 2, 3.
Wedge's cat's gonna intercept us. Believe it or not, the speedrun itself is a new game. The speedruns, I think, on it's like 520 to 6 hours, depending on which category you run. In this particular category, New Game Plus Hard, we're about like 445, 450 right now for a complete game. We skip a lot of cutscenes, and that's has a lot to do with it. I mean, it's teetering on a run that's like too long, but in my personal opinion, I think a 4 or 5 hour run is like the perfect length for flexibility, like for screwing stuff up, but also not so long that it's like super exhausting.
If there's no path, you gotta make one.
Long menu. Alright, B3 to C3, 2 to B4, B1 to B7, B1 to C7, C8 to B2, B10 to stagger, B9 to C9, T1 to ice, let's see here, T8 to warding, and T7 to A7. That's it. Just material swaps there. So I can flee these early battles, group them up. The only ones that matter are going to be these bugaboos ahead. I'm going to try to avoid these rats, but they are very agile. I actually avoided them, so that's good.
You really want to throw down with me?
So I'm going to lock onto these bugaboos, but I'm going to get behind this rock wall. We're just going to focus shot them. And that's all of them. Come on. Battle ends. Yeah, series runs would be really interesting when this game, when it's all out, if it ever is all out.
How long it take them to build all this?
These ducks coming up can be a bit annoying. We're gonna overcharge one. I'm going to arrow the other, and then I'm going to try to blizzard them. Looks like I'm gonna get them both. And close enough, maybe. There we go. A little extra time there to finish it up. I could have just did another spell, but they're notorious for dodging those spells, and if they dodge a spell, that's like worst case scenario. So by doing the overcharge and then arrow, I pressure them both so that neither of them can dodge away. Oh, I got lucky there. That dog was not pressured. I wasn't even paying attention. That was a risky one. But yeah, this is Barrett's one chapter to shine as a true party leader. He gets all the magic ups. He's unfortunately our magic dealer, as not strong as that is. But he gets his time to shine. Don't worry. Got them all nice. All right. Continue to make our way through here. Try to reacquaint ourselves with the rest of the party. One more fleeing section. Try to avoid the rats again. Try to fake them out as they try to fake me out, and I actually did not get bit, so that's good.
I'm really going to enjoy burning it all down.
They are not real. No, I'm running against empty splits right now.
I got you. Suck on this.
We're going to go meet up with Tifa, and then we're just going to promptly run away here. I'm not going to switch to Tifa for parrying here because it's going to cause a bit of jankiness with this part right here, targeting. Keep shooting our way through. I will switch to Tifa here, though. Oh, I definitely would do the same as well. I would definitely do part 1 and 2. And thanks for the good luck, Wody.
Another damn ladder.
Okay, and then I want to target the main body. Once again, we're going to do the Star Shower and the Dolphin Flurry. The Star Shower connecting does not matter. I want Dolphin Flurry to connect for the buff. And I actually need to be careful here because I left the Mana Drive. That was a couple extra seconds there. That doesn't normally happen.
Of course he is. He's a lot tougher than people think.
Doesn't normally happen, but it happens. I'm just going to try to move our way around here. Flee through all these bugaboos and head into the boss. Another round of ice magics, magnified staggers, and limit gain. We make the boss himself look silly once we get through all the ads. So it's just spam. That actually missed, I think. They're all gonna get in here. Oh, everyone got in for the AoE. Nice. I think that was like 5 or 6 kills with one magnified spell. I try to pick these off around. Ow. Take them all again. This is dangerous. Got him. I'm having some bad luck right now. This is actually pretty bad. This is really bad. Yeesh. Alright. That was a really bad phase. But that happens. I try to get all cute with trying to get him around corners and stuff, and when a Blizzara misses, it's costly. Spent way too much MP there, so I'm going to need to improvise a little. We got our 2 limits, so that's like the most important part. That'll be used for the last phase, so I don't need to deal a ton of damage for this phase, but my usual means of dealing damage are spent, so I have to get a little creative. And that was actually quick still, so that went well. And lastly, we're going to unleash the limits. First, Catastrophe for suppressing fire and AoE. Do a couple Star Showers here for the damage buff, and then Dolphin Flurry. That should finish it. Boom. That it did. So all the setup for that battle was to get the 2 limits in the last phase. Tifa carried it in there with God or Dameron. Barrett had to work for it with staggers, but he staggered like all of them, so it's a pretty free limit. I probably could have gotten 2 or 3 limits, honestly, or a refocus or something, but it's just not worth it.
I'm gonna look around for the others. He
managed to make it work even while being really low on MP.
They can still be alive.
And just like that, we're back to the surface and back to Aerith's house. So we're gonna see Barrett here. There's gonna be a pretty powerful cutscene here. It's a resolution cutscene. It's based on a certain hidden point value based on the number of side quests you do, with the tiebreaker being who you wake up in the sewers. You can get Tifa, Aerith, or Barrett, and each one is each one is very cool and definitely worth watching. Unfortunately, we don't have time to do that, but they are all pretty powerful
All the roads and public transit
in their own right.
down by now.
But now we're gonna try to find our plan to ascend the plate and go rescue Aerith.
I think I know someone who might.
You mean Corneo?
And you heard it, Corneo. He's our guy.
My fellow grounders, listen up, because boy do I have some news for you. The office must be crazy.
Another round of side quests here. There's a lot of them. The world really opens up at this point. You have access to both Sector 6 Wall Market and Sector 5 slums and the scrapyard all the way to the church. Tight corridors, but really opens up for side quests. There's a lot of ones that interact with each other. Oh, I did that again.
What a time for them to bolt when the people really need.
I spam circle now too, and that happens. But we're just gonna ride the chocobo and go straight on with the main quest line. Let's see, sewers menu. Reset up cloud now. C1 to B1, B2 to C8, C9 to B9, C2. T1 to fire. Everyone's still all set with their weapons, so I'm just going to unmagnify that, make that fire auger. Everyone else is good. Actually, I got to do one more thing.
Really have to deal with Corneo again?
I keep forgetting to do this one. Not that. Berserk.
Got no other choice.
That's relatively new, that Berserk, that I have shortcutted there, so I always forget to change that there.
Don't recall.
But that'll stay on for the next few chapters. I just always forget about it. Because I have certain abilities on each shortcut, and I have a certain personal system for it. There's no right or wrong way to do it. I try to have certain, triangle is always / on cloud, except for maybe 1 or 2 segments, but it's almost always / because it's useful in so many spots. Every character's tier 3 main tier 3 spell is on X, tier 2 circle, tier 3 square, or tier 1 square, excuse me, and triangle, whatever else. Like Barrett's Catastrophe is always on triangle, just for consistency's sake, so the muscle memory carries through between each battle. And everyone has their own system for that. And we're back to the sewers.
Head for the trunk line. You three.
This time guided by Leslie here, and this time with Barrett instead of Aerith. So now Cloud's going to be the main damage dealer here. Pretty much the same deal as last time, slightly different path and more monsters. We're going to just do Firaga there to make sure it's killed. Get Tifa to the ladder so Cloud warps over to the ladder while he's doing the spell. Since I got the 2 seconds to kill from casting the spell and not being able to move, I might as well try to make up the distance with Tifa and warp Cloud. We have another fun fleeing sequence here with battles linked together. I'm going to do this blind because I know which way to turn. It's going to be turn right here. Veer right here towards the center. Stay, well, to my right. And we're at the end of the ladder, and that is that. Everyone's grouped together. I'm pretty sure that the initial cast there is what took care of... The initial hit is what took care of all those enemies because they were so grouped together. The Magnify really meant nothing. Which is best case scenario.
Let's move.
Not so fast.
The mark of avalanche. Right. Jesse and Big stashed the skeleton.
I never got
Tifa.
Let's just keep.
Hate to interrupt.
Yeah, we heard you. Made it. About time.
This way. There should be a door with Corneo's mark on it around here somewhere.
Hey,
Your time to shoot.
Yeah.
can I ask you, why did you help?
Andrea.
That really it?
That could.
So suddenly Leslie is on our side after having to not necessarily go against him. He has a change of heart and wants to help us now. After we help him, of course.
We're getting close to Corneo's hideout.
But he is very much appears to be on our side right now. This next section is always fun. It's going to be a nice little chase sequence. We're going to have a little Abzu Shote here that we got to chase down. Steals what we think is the key.
Bastard went that way.
He's going to lead us on a lovely chase through the sewers. Optimize our movement there with the dive kick. Try to get them all with this one Fyra. It doesn't. It looks like it's going to do it. It did do it. That's perfect. I take that gamble there and be ready for cleanup. It's all about their placement. If they're all close enough, the Fyra AoE and the Magnify will take care of them all. One Fyra Magnify is not enough for them. That's the Firaga here. We're going to parry over with Tifa. We're going to try to get a little bit of distance while Cloud's doing the cast again with success. Once again, trying to maximize our movement speed and minimize any time loss from casting spells. Take advantage of any downtime possible. We gotta avoid that Slumber Supreme. Still managed to get the warp, too. If you're too close to Cloud, you're just going to warp back. We got far enough away where Cloud's going to warp to us. Not what I wanted to do there. Be careful now. And nice. Recovered it nicely. Didn't mean to switch characters there. Sometimes you get a little too trigger happy there and you hit the wrong button.
Turn up the pressure.
We gotta wait at our invisible wall for the combat to end before we can approach him. I'm way too close to this Bluggu right now. He loves to use They love to use Slumber Supreme, and I was way too close to him. But we made that work. Alright, now we're going to make our final, final approach to the shoot. A slow, taunting walk. Only to have him taunt us the other way.
He's so slippery.
Just like his owner.
Now we're going to get to confront him directly. This shoat is a damage sponge, and he can also spawn ads, which we're going to try to avoid. We should be able to keep it stun locked. Once again, Star Shower into Dolphin Flurry. And that's that. Big damage sponge, but at the same rate, we're well equipped for that.
That twisted piece of shit. I'm going to enjoy beating him to a pulp.
Corneo's mine and mine alone.
Huh?
Please.
I'm gonna let Leslie get ahead of us here. As I learned recently, I'm pretty sure that optimizes his movement. Because I'm ahead of him anyway. We're gonna make our way down to finally confront Corneo. Take this long run opportunity here to get everyone fully healed up, because we're going to need a lot of HP for this upcoming boss battle, who may look familiar. Only this time we're going to have friends with him.
Wait outside.
Janky AI movement once again. Doesn't impact anything, but it's just funny to see.
It's gonna be okay going it alone.
Oh, I got backed up. Okay. Like I said, when you get too close to the door, to triggers, you get backed away mercilessly. Whatever. Anyways, battle time.
Here we go.
Okay. Forget the targeting. We're gonna have to just do this deal the hard way, I guess. We're going to do Berserk and Star Shower. That'll give ATB assist. Fire Magnify, and then we're just going to try to charge our ATB to 1. Boost for 2 and wait it out. Don't change target. So, phase 2, pretty much more of the same. Cast Fire, Firaga immediately. Do the same with Barret. Do the same with Cloud again. Get ATB with Tifa because we need that. Wait this out and push the face. Cloud took a hot minute to cast that. Not entirely sure why, but not a big deal. And we're going to end this battle with, you guessed it, Star Shower and the Dolphin Flurry. I'm going to switch the Barret to get some chip damage in here, though. These shoats are notorious for interrupting everything. And that's the battle. But luckily, Tifa's limit, especially... yeah, Tifa's limit pretty much pushes the phase. Does all the damage needed. And that was the result. Also worth noting, I did neglect one thing with Intergrade upgrades. Limit breaks are now immune to all damage and status effects. You used to take damage during limits, and you could die during limits, but now you're completely immune. So that used to be a lot more scary. It's going really good right now.
You know, sure you want to go?
Let's go. All right, coming into Chapter 15 and our lone major skip of the run. We're going to kind of set that up. We're also going to set up the battle. So Cloud's going to be on the wind, and then we're going to move enemy skill onto the loadout now. And then we're going to set up our shortcuts. I'm going to do Thundaga. I'm going to do Aurora Magnify. I'm going to do Arrow Magnify. So we're going to both set up for the skip and set up for most of the battles in this chapter that we do fight. The skip will be coming up momentarily. We do have a couple mobs to get through beforehand, though. But yeah, we're gonna start ascending the plate. We're gonna see the damage from the plate drop in full daylight now on the surface, on the plate, or what's left of it. And how unstable it is.
Why did this have to happen?
Hey,
A friend of ours.
it's too deep.
For you, maybe.
Just try to be careful.
You are right. They are off. Sorry, I'll just split. I don't care.
Keep your cool.
Not a big deal. Not the big deal.
Not bad.
These are just temporary splits anyway. Alright, so the Wind Magnify is going to shine in this chapter for many reasons. Coming up is the next Drake battle. This one was really annoying back in the PS4 version. Luckily, since the wind sticks now, this becomes a little bit easier. We're gonna need to do some cleanup here. Actually, that's unnecessary. That should finish him up. Cleanup's a little messy there, but I gotta take trade-offs. Okay, so coming up will be the skip setup. We're gonna need to damage down Cloud, and that's why I have enemy skill equipped alone. I don't have any of the fancy self-destruct setup, and that's intentional. I'm gonna want to self-destruct in this next battle, but I'm going to want to die in the process to damage down and get Cloud down to 1 HP after the battle. It also happens to be a very efficient way to deal with this battle, too.
Don't screw up, by the way. I think I see a rope.
So it's 2 birds, 1 stone. We're just gonna make our way through here. Couple 3C soldiers. We're just gonna max out our MP, our ATB, and do that. That renders Cloud incapacitated, and we're just gonna finish up that battle with Cloud at 1 HP. So that sets us up for the skip. I'm gonna do a safety save here in case this goes wrong or the setup's not right.
We need to get inside.
And then we're gonna set Barrett up. We're gonna need to cure with Barrett to keep him from triggering the next cutscene over here. So this is called potion lag, or in this case cure lag, because we don't have access to items. We're gonna try to get here as quickly as possible while lagging Barrett back. And instead of triggering the cutscene to get to the battles here, we just get up here and we can start running. So now we're gonna start running up here. We normally be fighting a big gauntlet battle down here. We're now walking on sunshine. We're gonna get in here. We're gonna get out. Since we're at an incline, the game's gonna see it as us ascending, and we now have infinite staircase in that direction. So anytime we're walking in the direction I am now, we will be gaining height, and that will be very important to maintain. And now that we did that, we're also gonna stay in bounds though. We don't want to go out of bounds on the map anyway. And now once we're at this height, we're gonna come in here into the fuselage, run around in circles to gain some more height. Well, yeah, that should be good enough. Run all the way, almost all the way down here. Switch back, gain some more height. We're going to keep climbing. That might have been a little dangerous, but we're good. And one more switchback. I'm going to just do one more quick one to make sure we get on cleanly here. And that is the skip. Step onto this beam right here. That's the trigger for the future cutscenes of this chapter to progress, to advance the plot. So that was Infinite Staircase. That's a Chapter 15 skip. It has a little bonus effect here. I just skipped the battle that we would normally fight there. They don't spawn in. That's not it. This is some neat effects of this skip. Normally there's a battle that spawns in there. Does not spawn. But yeah, so in summary, we damage down, then we potion leg Barrett behind a certain cutscene trigger point to not trigger the cutscene. And then we get into the skip the cutscene, trigger Infinite Staircase, climb without going out of bounds or getting soft locked, and then run through. And last thing is normally you would have Valkyrie coming up here shooting at you mercilessly, and it's very hard to get around and probably zap all of your health. Does not spawn, and we're home free. Just take care of these guys here. And it should work. No, not quite. Alright, I guess we're doing an Earth Thundaga. That's not ideal. Should be fine, though. Usually Tifa's Star Shower into Dolphin Flurry takes care of that. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but we got through it. Should have enough MP for Valkyrie. Might have to get a little creative. C3 to ATB Stagger. C6 back to MP up. And then B1 to B7. And then T1 goes to Wind. I'm going to want Tifa on Mithril Claws here, just for insurance. Everyone's going to get Eroga, because Valkyrie is weak to Wind. Oh, yeah. I forgot I got the second MP up there. That is a... Oh, what? Oh, that's not ideal. Apparently they weren't far enough for Magnify, so that's a little unfortunate. Get everyone healed up here as we run up. Oh, we gotta wait. Gotta wait for the heals to actually cast there. And now we're gonna make the ascent to the Valkyrie battle. It's a little different in hard mode. In other difficulties, he's weak to lightning and wind. In hard mode, he is only weak to wind, which used to be a real pain on the PS4 version. It's a little bit easier now, but it's still pretty powerful and still a pretty tight strat to pull off. Get the running sequence out of the way. We're going to switch the Barret, get an overcharge in here, and then we're going to get the ATB. Tifa's going to do refocus. That'll come into factor later. One more. Oh, wait. Ooh, I almost forgot to. Hold on. Hey, that's going to work, but I almost forgot to cast with Cloud there. Got a little too focused on Barret. That was a little slow. It's all right. We're going to switch to Tifa here. 2 quick Erogas here for ATB assist. And that might have been a little risky. So that way Cloud has better ATB management here. I can ATB boost and the phases push. So far, so good. And then we're gonna quickly pressure Valkyrie here so he doesn't do his limiter override, which is what we don't want to see because that makes him pretty much resistant to all magic. Bait the laser because that's the quickest way to deal a lot of damage and stagger it. And then we're just going to unleash the wind. Nice. That's Valkyrie. So after defeating that, we're going to make our way in. We're at Shinra HQ now, making our descent inside.
Security is looking pretty tight.
Do have another gauntlet battle to get through before we actually get there, though.
Could be for Avalanche, or maybe even Wu-Tai.
Can't be for Wu-Tai. What about the ceasefire?
That only put the war on pause.
I recently started using Wind at Magnify through this area, so this might be a little interesting.
We're here to rescue Aerith, remember?
It's a lot of mobs, so there's a lot of ways to deal with it. Wind and Magnify is pretty unique here. Does result in a lot of staggers and throws enemies around, and they tend to group up, so you can deal a lot of damage in here with Wind. Fire also works. There's a lot of ways to deal with these mobs. Here we go. Try to optimize our movement in the process with that triple slash. Nice. I'd say Wind's got its benefits and drawbacks through this section. That's one of the drawbacks. Fire's a lot more convenient there, but that isn't to say that nothing else works. It could definitely be hard to keep up with what's going on in this section because there's just so much going on at once. Okay, targeting, please. No. Oof. This isn't ideal. I get it. Oh, whew, that was messy. That's a lot of wins spam there, and the results can be mixed. That kind of got a little out of hand, but we still managed it pretty well. So welcome to Shinra HQ. We're gonna have to try to get up. First, we got to get in here, and we got to wait for Barrett and Tifa to try to get into place. This can be quite janky. Maybe. There we go. Actually, wasn't too bad.
So, how do we get upstairs?
Either the elevator.
And well, the game said it best. You got the choice. You got the stairs and you got the elevator. Typically in marathons, a bid war is stairs versus elevator. In this, we'll be taking the elevator, but you do have the option to take the stairs. It's 59 flights. You are actually climbing 59 flights at a pace that slows down significantly as you climb. It's full 7 minutes of fun. So we obviously choose not to do that in traditional speedrun settings. First, this is Tifa's moment to platform, if you will. Game tries to be a platformer for 5 minutes.
Are you okay? I thought I was dead for sure.
After we fell, we got to make our way back up. It's kind of a janky monkey bars segment. It's like really, the monkey bars are like really realistic in terms of how they handle, but at the same time, they're also really annoying to turn. So it's very specific, like placement on the analog stick, which doesn't always work out well. Yeah, it's just a bunch of this right now. Just try to be as clean as possible in the monkey bars. At this possibly kind of get really messy movement. So you just try to be clean on the analog stick, where exactly, like which direction you're.
This isn't so bad.
You have it pushed.
Pretty close now. Just need to make it over
So this has been going fairly well.
Almost there. Just need to get across those platforms.
Yes, this is kind of another slow section of the run. A lot of plot and lore building with Shinra and their motivations. Not to mention Shinra HQ is it's beautiful in its own right too. Just like how much was put into it, like development wise. It's very shiny, very detailed. It's a neat section of the game, but it is very slow in a speedrun sense. But it's like the last break of the run before things really pick up in intensity towards the end of this chapter. So you take what you can get. You gotta cherish the slow moments when you get them in a lengthy run like this. But we're gonna make our way up the elevator. It does introduce a couple battles. There are some fun dialogue bits, or cutscenes, I should say. But in the interest of time, we're taking this. Now, unfortunately, this is kind of janky with this setup. That was also a waste.
No surprises there.
Come on. A little side effect of using wind here is... Oh, that actually went well. They don't all quite die. The Aurora magnifies, so you kind of got to do cleanup there. I got a little lucky on that battle for AoE, but... happens.
You must be visitors. You will proceed by
And welcome to the upper floors.
Why is this whole?
I don't know.
So we're going to take a little visitor tour here.
If it is, then bring it on.
There are a couple unskippable, not cutscenes, but like unskippable sections that play about a minute a pop. Last chance for a real break. So one of them will be a bathroom break. The other one will just be a stretch break. They're back to back, but there is running in between, so it's not continuous. But I will definitely be taking one of those breaks. It's the last chance to get comfy for the fireworks at the end. But as we make our way into the museum, I'll be right back.
I think I just threw up a little.
Man thinks very highly of himself.
Hey everybody! How's the grand tour? I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool! Moving along, the next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
Hey, back just in time. And now we're just going to go right to the next room here, where we do it again.
Wasn't it?
I'm gonna
I hope you enjoyed learning about
quick
our
snack break
divisions
over on the other side.
and the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
Alright. Gotta get comfy for the last section.
Now, moving along, the next exhibit will teach you all about the miracle of Mako energy and our reactors, as well as the city of Midgar itself. So
Just
come
gonna
on!
keep walking into the door here until the cutscene triggers.
Congratulations! Now,
So like much like OG, you're kind of going like room to room, floor to floor, seeing all the different exhibits of Shinra HQ. There's not as many like mini games or other puzzles to solve. It's mostly just cutscenes and I guess lore building. That's a nice cutscene here. If I can, unfortunately, I'm trying to skip it. I really want to watch it, but
congratulate your mission.
really cool cutscene giving you some background on the ancients, which is why Shinra is so interested in Aerith and why they have her captive right now. But we're going to get intercepted by Mayor Domino, who happens to conspire with Avalanche from the inside, who's now going to help us get to the upper floors.
I still can't believe the
So now,
working with Avalanche.
we got to find a guy that's another conspirator, and give her a famous countersign here. Very quick menu before these cutters.
Here's the 63rd floor.
Let's do it real quick here. It's just shortcuts and a weapon. That's magnified. That is Star Shower, and then Tifa. Tifa. Back to metal. No material swaps necessary there.
It's pretty late, but I bet people are still here dealing with the aftermath of Sector 7.
It's their own damn fault. Where are you, Mr. Collaborator?
I think we just need to start talking to people who look.
We know exactly where this collaborator is. He's right up here.
Say the best, then we have a winner.
The hell's that?
Combat sim. You can use it to train for battle in a virtual.
You work here?
The mayor.
Is the best.
That's right.
Before I trust
Must say it every time.
You know will prove your work. We have a state of, if you beat the
He's going to tell us we got to go into this combat sim. Now, what's unique about this one is in hard. Normally, you got to play match the difficulty you're playing on, but there is no hard difficulty for this combat sim battle. So it's an easy battle. You can play on easy. Now, it's easy, I say, but it doesn't make it any less annoying. Because that can happen, as it just did. And I guess we're doing Star Shower? There we go. See, every time in this battle I get put to silenced. Silence is a debuff that makes it so you can't cast any magic spells. Which is exactly what I don't want to have happen there, because I rely on magnified spells for that battle to go efficiently, and I get silenced every time. So the backup is spam whatever you got physically until you can take care of it. Luckily, it's on easy, so they don't have super high HP, and it's an easy battle, but
Thanks for the tip.
that kind of stuff can happen.
Yeah, I know. We came here to save Aerith. That's our first priority.
That's right. We only get one
One
chance.
last thing, the collaborator gave us information on a meeting here that we can try to intercept on Hojo's lab. So we're gonna go eavesdrop on it.
Where Professor Hojo is?
Where he should be.
What's the plan?
Little bit of
You hear the words, ask anyone?
No thanks. We can fight it on.
So we gotta go into the bathroom for this one.
All right, I'll wait out here.
Huh?
Tifa.
Maybe. Oh, never mind. You're right. Oh, thank God. No one's in here.
Love to show them.
Come on. Let's just find that duck.
And then we gotta go crawling through the ducts. It's this. Gotta go eavesdrop on the Shinra leader meeting. So we gotta go crawling from the ducts to the bathroom to right over the meeting room. And yeah. But after this, it gets more exciting. We got a boss battle, several battles, and a really fun a really interesting chapter coming up. It's fun. It's also very difficult. Yeah, the movement is not smooth in this area, especially at the intersections. You need to start turning early, but even then, Cloud's probably going to stop. It's just not clean movement. And finally, we're almost here. There you have it. Now we got to go hunt down Hojo. We're going to get some cures off in the process. Get everyone healed up. Barrett is my healer right now. He pretty much always is if he's in the party. He just always has a magic weapon equipped, and he doesn't really do anything else, so I don't have to worry about his MP count too much, and it's just good to top everyone off before a boss battle. You could also bench, but we just try to avoid that as much as we can. Hence why the cure is on the party at all times, usually. In most areas. But we're going to come up on the specimen boss battle. This is another one that brings a lot of ads that can really mess with you. They also can interrupt a lot of things, so we do need to be careful about what they're doing and be aware of our surroundings. We're going to be utilizing a lot of Eroga Magnify for this. So we're going to watch what he does. He's going to do that, so I got kind of lucky there, because I was expecting that to interrupt. It didn't, which is good. Oh, Star Shower's on square. That's not intentional. That's good to know. Tifa's poison. That's also not good. I put Star Shower on the wrong shortcut, so I'm going to have to really be careful about that. Little mess-ups like that can happen. Okay. That's also not good. I'm going to need a bonus cast, I think. This is not going too well. This is really not going well. Alright, we're going to get back up here, I think. Okay. Not good. This isn't good. I'll try to make it work. Cloud's ATB is not where I want it right now. We're going to try, though. Right, shoot. This isn't good at all. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. This is bad. This kind of stuff can happen. This is bad. This is really bad. Okay, this is... Come on, Barrett. All right, get us through it. Oh, that's not good. I don't have revival on either. Yeah, this is bad. I should be resetting this battle, but we're gonna try to make this work somehow. Somehow, maybe. This is not good. I should be resetting this battle like forever ago. Oh boy. Smackdown maybe. Yeah, this is oof. It's been a little while since this battle's gone really badly. That might be it. I'm resetting. Oh, that happens. I should have reset like 2 minutes ago. Oh, that sucks. But whatever. Keep it going. What went wrong? A couple things. First off, I got Star Shower on the wrong shortcut. I still have Star Shower on the wrong shortcut, so I was trying to do dive kicks. I was doing Star Showers. Then I did an Eroga in Phase 3 with Tifa, which did absolutely nothing. And then Tifa's Dolphin Flurry missed because I was in control of her and too far away. And he didn't do Rake right away, so... It just was not well handled. This is going a lot better right now, though. Yeah, this is set up perfectly now. Oh boy. Yeah, that's oh well. Well, let's try to do this battle correctly at least. I did it again. I did it again. Yeah, that star shower on the wrong input is really screwing me up right now, and I probably should have fixed that, but we at least got through the battle this time, I think. That was really bad. Oof. Anyways, I'm gonna take the bench because Barrett's really low on MP too. At this point, I need safety more than anything else. That did not go well at all. But that stuff can happen. Let's see. C1 to Lightning. C2 to A4. 10 to B10. 9 to 7. A8. C5. Next to healing. T10 to A9. A little messy on this menu too, but I'll make sure everything's set up properly now. Let's see. I want Barrett on Goddard. Alright, so this needs to be Star Shower. Let's fix this now. This goes back to Somersault. This is going to go to True Strike. I gotta set Aerith up too. Blizzara. Thundara. Blizzard. Alright, that should be set up. Yeah, that was not good at all. So let's just keep this going now. Let's re-get it together and have a good endgame, at least. So, with this group of mobs, it's just going to be Catastrophe. That should take care of all but one, I guess. And then we'll just clean them up. And then the second one, I'm going to try to do a Thundaga, because they stay close together, so that should be able to hit them both. They're going to go for eject. The other one's going to go for eject. Barrett Catastrophe should take care of this. Or not. Okay. Alright. That's chapter 16. That's about as bad as 16 can get. But we did the battle right the second time for the most part. I shifted and accidentally hit a button there.
I have come for you.
Now we got to gear up for the finale here in the last chapter. As if that specimen battle wasn't bad enough. But we have ways to deal with this. Now, the upcoming chapter is interesting because there's a lot going on and there's a lot of ways to deal with it. My main goal here is to minimize my menuing as much as possible within the chapter. So I try to set up my materia for the entire drum, the first half of the chapter, for everyone. It's taking some trade-offs in some places to not have to menu elsewhere.
Every morning, I remember.
You can also menu a lot and optimize your loadouts between each, because you split parties. So all 4 characters are going to be active, but they're going to be in parties of 2, and you go back and forth. So there's a lot of ways you can set them up. I try to set it up so I don't have to move materia at all, and the only thing moving is Goddard Dameron. At least until the boss rush at the end.
Get to the roof, right?
Then we can use the same elevator that Hojo did.
That elevator, was it this way?
Yes, his odor still lingers.
The little ones in the pods. Where did they go?
It stinks in here. Back there.
That's alright, so these guys may look familiar. Just gonna do that. Easy peasy. Just like before, Ice Magnify. This time on Aerith, we'll take care of those guys. Don't really care about the staggers. Those guys don't stagger for whatever reason, but we don't need it. We just need them to succumb to the ice. So now we're going to descend into the drum. Or Hojo's lab.
Shinra's dark secret.
What I wouldn't give to burn it all down. But we need to get to the root.
We're just going to come out of here. There's Genova. And Sephi's going to make an appearance and cause some issues here. So now we're all separated from the party.
Test subject pods? Guess I can use these.
We're going to try to get reunited with the others.
Give me a break.
Just going to flee from that battle. We're going to get reunited with Red first. Red is going to be a guest character.
Thanks.
He's got a full slate of moves, but he's not controllable. But he will assist your party. He'll or hinder your party, depending on how you want to look at it. But he'll usually respond to what you do with his own moves, with whatever party is currently active. But he is not fully controllable, just because he comes in so late, so you can't really fully flesh out a character that gets introduced this late in the game.
What is it?
If we flip that...
The Red can deal damage, he can poison, he can cure you, he can steal staggers. There's a lot that Red can do, which is usually a hindrance.
Will this do the trick?
So, Hojo's first ward. This battle's interesting. So we're going to see some annoying mana drives here. These guys dance around. They're really tough to deal with. So what we're going to do here is this guy that's got his shield around has a physical shield. We're going to do Thundaga, Catastrophe on the other one, and hope for AoE. And it looks like we might get it. Actually, it doesn't look like we're going to get it. We did get it. Yeah, the AoE will sometimes take care of him, sometimes not. It's kind of finicky. We're going to come in with an Overrun because we're back to melee Barret here. Perfect. ATB boost. So Cloud's going to be on Thunder for pretty much this entire area. Barret's going to be on Synergy Thunder. That'll be a major factor. That was a major factor there. It'll be a major factor later as well. Yeah, Cloud's going to be primarily dealing Lightning. He does have MP Absorb on Lightning, so I don't have to worry too much about MP. Barret's going to be my healer for the Cloud and Barret party. That'll happen more later. But right now we're going to try to get reunited with Tifa and Aerith. We're going to be separated for quite a while. What we see here is going to be a PHS terminal where basically what we use to communicate with the other and switch parties. It'll be between Tifa and Aerith and Cloud and Barret. Red, I think, floats between the party based on where he is. But tends to bounce around, so we're going to be switching parties. Aerith and Tifa are set up in their own way. Aerith's got First Strike. She's got Magnify Ice. That's a big factor. She's also got Lightning. Tifa's got the healing. Tifa's also got going to have the God or Damerung when she's in the party. So both Tifa and Aerith will serve their purposes. I do need to manage Aerith's MP pretty closely in this chapter because it's very magic intensive, and we have a very magic intensive boss at the end of the chapter. Luckily, we got moves like Soul Drain and a lot of crates that will help with that. So it's not too much to worry about.
Let Cloud know.
Now we just gotta go back and forth between the parties.
Cloud, we found the door to...
All right.
About those... I think we're supposed to...
Essential.
We were fiddling with some sort of control panel.
All right. We'll make our way to the central terminal. Sit tight until you hear from us.
The hell gun?
The cataclysm.
I don't give a shit about any of it.
We must first find a passage that leads to the center.
Concentrate.
Right, she forgot about this battle. Oh wait. I got it though. There we go. Alright, still worked. Got a little distracted there. Forgot there was a battle right there. That can happen sometimes if you start dozing off a little bit.
Wait a sec. What the girl?
This game will let you do that for long though. You'll be right back focused in no time flat. So here's the central terminal. We got to pull the switch to the ward we're currently going for. We need to go into the third ward, so we're pulling the third ward switch, obviously. And that's Tifa and Aerith. So we're gonna switch back.
We will.
And here we go. So this first battle is gonna be very straightforward. It's just gonna be.
We could always run away, right?
There's gonna be Ice Magnify. Apparently, we're not gonna quite finish him. That can happen with Blizzard. Cloud also has both magic ups to help him, so Aerith doesn't have any. She doesn't really need them, but that does result in a little bit of under damage right there. You just gotta be ready for that, or try to prime him a little bit, or just cast Blizzara. There's a lot of ways to deal with that. There's a lot of ways to deal with this chapter. This next battle in the next room here is against all these dogs. These guys are annoying. A lot of dodging going on, so we're going to try to mitigate that by opening with a Thunder. So now I should be able to cast these spells, minimizing the amount of dodging that it goes on, as long as I keep some dogs in a pressure loop.
Feeling chilly?
And that was really good. Pressure dogs cannot dodge. And since it magnifies, I do have less of a chance of completely missing. And then she also has ATB stagger, so we're looping the ATB continuously. That actually went really well. If you get too many dodges, it can get really rough, and you have to clean it up somehow. But I forgot to give Tifa. Got her! That also happens. I still got Star Shower on. Alright. Alright, quick menu, because I forget things sometimes. This is easy to forget. And then I also got to make this dive kick real quick.
Shower.
The only thing I do in this... thanks for the good luck, Sid. The only thing I do in this area for menuing is move Goddard back and forth. I can sometimes forget to do that, like I did there. You realize it quickly, especially in that battle, because that's what I tried to do and I couldn't do it. So I had to clean it up and then put Goddard on. Because I also utilize it here. Tried to, anyway. We had this really bright idea to cross this pipe right here, which is suspended, and yeah, that doesn't work. So we're going to switch to Aerith here. I'm going to try to get both of these guys to go after her, and then we're going to hope that Star Shower takes care of them both.
That's a win.
So I try to herd them up to get them both for on Aerith, so Tifa will take care of both with Somersault. If they're close enough, she can get them both. That's the ideal way of handling that. All right, coming in down here, a couple missile launchers, pretty straightforward. Thundara 1, Thundara 2 for the stagger, Thundara 3, and we'll squeeze in a Soul Drain too to get some of that MP back. And there you go.
Worked up a good sweat.
Had the ATB to burn there, so we might as well get a Soul Drain off while they're staggered. Soul Drain on staggered enemies gives Aerith back, I believe it's 15% of her max MP, and her max MP is like 180, so you get a lot back. If you use Soul Drain on not staggered enemies, it's a much lower number, something like 3% maybe. But you ideally want to use it against staggered enemies if you're trying to manage your MP. It also deals a hefty amount of damage to staggered enemies too.
You two stay there.
Alright, so now we're switching back to Cloud and Barret. This ward's going to be really interesting. I got to remember to pull this switch though, because it's very easy to forget and go all the way to the door and realize you got to come back to pull it open. I'm not going to put Goddard on Barret right away. I will later. That's intentional. I do want him on Fury Ring for his synergies. And we're going to try to do our best to
More of Hojo's experiments.
do this well. So we got two Zanines here. We're going to try to group them up with Barret, pressure them both. This sometimes works, sometimes doesn't.
Push them back.
And it works perfectly. So now we're going to Thundaga them because they're right next to each other. And then we're going to triple slash, and there we go. It went well.
Nothing to it.
Sometimes they won't. One will be like locked into attack and he won't pressure. If that happens, then you just got to do cleanup. It's a gamble, really, but the cleanup's really not too bad. But that is the ideal way to handle that for me. If you group them up close enough, that Thundaga will hit them both.
No discernible changes after contact.
And Barret's overrun with his melee weapon does also pressure them, which is what we want. So pressures them, knocks them down, and keeps them down for them to stay together. I try to start in a specific spot there to get Barret to line up properly for that, but it doesn't always work. This battle is also going to be kind of interesting. I'm going to get right up in his face here.
All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
I'm going to go right for a Punisher counter because he has his Spinning Blades move. Thundaga. Thundara. And then we're going to loop Skillmaster in here. Apparently Moth Unit was still, okay. I gotta do a cleanup here.
That's that.
Almost.
Make a decent team.
Had to do a little bit of cleanup there. I tried to do a Skillmaster loop to keep the Thunder spells going. Thundaga boosts Thundara on the Moth Unit. Still lives somehow, usually succumbs to that. And then quick Thunder. And then Barret chimes in with Synergy each time. I tried to switch Barret there to retarget the Synergy cast. It was successful, but it was on the Moth Unit and not the Slug Ray, which I was trying to aim for. It might have been a good thing. Sludge Worms. So much fun. We're going to do that. This is where Synergy really plays a factor. We're gonna get our ATB carefully. And, oh, that's not good. That's not ideal. This is what happens in this chapter. Okay. You just gotta kind of hope that things go well and be ready for when they don't. Unfortunately, that Sledgeworm dipped as he usually does. These guys are notorious for being very difficult to target, and it's really annoying, but the goal there is to do Thundara Synergy on Barret. That should take care of each one. Unfortunately, if it's airtight, and if you miss one, you're kind of stuck trying to sort it out from there. This is a fun battle. Thundaga overrun. Should just take care of. That's phase 1. Braid Pod is unique. He's going to spawn a lot of clones. A lot of clones. As we're sitting here stunned and poisoned. So we're just watching our health tick down as all these guys spawn in. We do have a nice tool up our sleeve, and that is Catastrophe. So we're just going to kind of sit here in Punisher mode here and hope that Catastrophe takes care of all of them. It usually will. Sometimes there'll be one left. We're going to have a lot of fireworks on the screen here. And Got them all.
Let's go.
That's that.
Fine. One step at a time it is.
So overall, that went pretty well. Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of problems with the sledge worms. The Zanine's battle was great. The Moth unit was okay. The sledge worms wasn't the ideal scenario, but just gotta be ready with the backup. So be ready for the backup. I mean, they're
The passages have to be connected somehow.
by any means necessary. AAMB, thanks for the good luck.
It's a PHS terminal. Call up Tifa. See if they can get to the central terminal. Hey, you okay down there?
So Red is under attack, and we're gonna have to go save him. This means he's down on Tifa and Aerith's level, so we're gonna have to switch parties and fight a bunch of annoying enemies.
Tifa. Red fell to your level.
As if the one round of sledge worms weren't enough, we got another set coming here. So I'm gonna remember this time to put Tifa on Goddard. That's gonna be very important. And we are gonna do that. Starting ATB is really good. I guess that's not ideal, right? That's not. I'm gonna reset that. It's faster to reset, and that was terrible, terrible luck. So I'm gonna try that again. I want Star Shower to hit, or Somersault to hit something. If it doesn't, you might as well just reset. And then do this. The Thundara will pressure the Sledgeworm, the Thunder will kill it. If I had to deal with two, it just becomes a big mess, and I just don't want that. This guy can also be kind of annoying and mobile. We'll just juggle him around a little bit. Ideally, you want to get the double somersault to hit them both, but take what you can get. These guys are in good position. Juggle them all around. And watch this Magnify doesn't do his job. All right. That's that. In some cases, like that Sledgeworm battle, it's almost faster to just reset if RNG or bad luck doesn't go your way. Clearly that didn't. Like I said, the Somersault did not hit that one of the Sledgeworms, which is almost ideal. So it's just better to reset than to try to figure it out from there. Happens rarely, but it happens. I'm not quite sure how it happened, but once I saw two Sledgeworms, it was just faster to reset and get it right. That is a battle that can fall apart on you in a hurry. Because the way they move seems to be very RNG. The way they spawn, what moves they do, where they spawn, it's a mess. There's no good way to deal with it.
I really wish you wouldn't. Don't think you'll walk away from this.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Someone looks kind of shaky. I think we're almost done. Seizing the open.
Should finish it. There we go. Or Red finishes the battle. Okay.
Moving on then.
This was a good idea, right?
Yep. Well, let's go give the others the news.
All right, we got one more ward to go. The fourth ward.
Yeah.
Good.
But Hojo did.
There's only one.
We unlocked it on.
Thanks. Wait for it there.
Right. Now we head back to that door.
So we're gonna head up here. I do need to make one quick menu swap here, though. I got to move Tifa to Dolphin Flurry. That's gonna be important for this boss battle, the next boss battle, the boss battle after that, and the boss. You get the picture. Dolphin Flurry is gonna be very important.
Friendly guy. But he has a hard time opening up to people.
Well,
but yeah, it's oddly quiet here.
He's got your back, though. Makes two of us.
It's usually not a good thing. And we are going to be greeted by this guy here. Got the boost there. That was not what I meant to do. That's okay though, because I can do that. Hey, push the face. So yeah, the Thunder magnifies and, or not magnifies, Thundagas, and that pushes the phase, and this one is simply Dolphin Flurry with a Tempest, and the phase is done. That is Swordipede. Alright. So that concludes the mob battles. Now the real fun begins.
I think it might be locked from this side.
So from this point forward, it's basically boss rush. It's boss after boss after boss, and they're not easy bosses. So the upcoming menu here is going to set up the materia for all three of the boss battles as optimally as possible. To avoid any swaps between them, except for God or Damerung, of course. I have not been splitting in a while.
Who would?
We may find out soon.
I will.
Let's go.
So what's above this floor?
The president's office, and then the roof.
There we go. Okay.
Wait. Once we get in that...
We're ready.
The elevator. Now's the time for any unfinished business.
All right. So this is going to be, I think, the longest menu of the run. But it's going to set up all of this. So it's going to be T8 to A4. A4 to C8. C7 to A10. A7 to C10. C10 to T7. A9, this to Skill Master. Oops. T3 to Revival. C7 to Time. Also a very messy menu. C2 to Elemental. C1 to B3. And C6 to HP up. Alright. So Cloud's going to go back to Hard Edge for this. Everyone else is set with their weapons and whatever else. Counter stance for the first time this run. Sleep. Berserk. We're going to make this Focus Strike. And then this is going to be Thunder, Thundaga, Lazara, and Thundara. That should be sets. Yes. Alright, here we go. So yeah, these are arguably some of the hardest and most technical bosses of the game and the run. First up is Genova. This boss battle is notorious for going wrong. So it's always good to have a backup. Which is why Tifa's got Revival, Tifa's got the Magnified Curing. We're going to be casting Regen. There's a lot of stuff to just try to mitigate any disasters that could happen in this battle. It can also go really well. We'll see what happens. It's one of those battles you go in for with a plan, but be ready to abort said plan. Let's do this. And if it goes horribly wrong in phase 1 or 2, it's probably just faster to just take a reset. But we're going to try to get through this.
Help me. Well. Pull me up.
Here we go. Take out this first tentacle, interrupt the first move, get a Berserk in there. We got a unnecessary Omni Strike, but it works. Star Shower into Dolphin Flurry will be huge because Genova's very much a damage sponge. Counter stance. Ooh, got knocked back there. Alright. So now we're gonna go in for a quick regen here. I'm very much not where I should be right now. I should be in the front. I was gonna keep getting. We're gonna double star shower. Wow, this is really. Oof. That's not good. That's not good. Oof. Okay, we survived. It's okay. That's not okay. Remember when I said this was going to go off the rails? This is very much going off the rails right now. So we're going to just... Oof. Just trying to push the phase at this point. Oh boy. This is going horribly wrong right now. Just trying to deal enough damage to push to the next phase, and there we go, finally. That really hopped off the rails there, but we got through it. Now, she's gonna go into immune stage here, and we gotta focus on these tentacles. It's really just triple slashing or attacking her way through. Each time we defeat a wave, her stagger meter will build. We still can't attack her though, so we just have to focus on the tentacles. Each tentacle will dish out different moves though that can be quite deadly if you don't take care of them fast enough. That was wave 2. All right. Try to take care of these things ASAP so they don't deal too much damage to you. That was okay. That was almost bad. Okay. All right, we're through. We're just gonna set up the next phase and push through as quickly as we can. Don't want to spend too much ATB because I want Tifa on max ATB at this point. So hopefully this last phase is straightforward, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. It can be straightforward. It can be a complete disaster. Let's see what happens. I have a bad feeling about this. And I also did that wrong. Yep, that's exactly what I was worried about. That's bad. Oh my god, that is so bad. I gotta reset that. There's no way that's gonna work. That's unfortunate. We're gonna at least try to do the battle right.
Hey! Is anyone out there? Help me!
Those are the kind of shenanigans that can just happen. Unfortunately, Phase 2 went horribly wrong, so it went really off script. Phase 3 is really hard to go off script, but then if you don't set up Phase 4 properly, like what happened there, or deal with it quickly, I just wasted an entire limit break, which was the worst case scenario. So, not much I could really do there, and it's just going to turn into a complete clown fiesta after that, so it's best just to take the reset and try to do the battle right. So once again, we're going to try to get over here. We're going to counter. We're going to get in front this time. And then we're going to get full ATB. We're going to slide out here, do a quick regen. Get our 2 ATB again. Star Shower 1. Star Shower 2. ATB assist does proc there. Yeah, this is going much, much better. I almost did that counter stance to her. There we go. Once Once again, tentacles. We just got to try to get through these as quickly as possible. You can get stuck at her tentacles. Movement isn't exactly great.
That's that.
Kind of just trying to get through it at this point. It's basically just Punisher and triple slash.
That's that.
2, 3. Oh, one more. There we go. All right. Okay. There's the stagger. Eric's gonna get a soul drain in there to set up the next boss. Same thing as last time. A couple true strikes, bunch of uppercuts. We're just gonna set up the next phase and wait for her to do that. And a Berserker. We're gonna do 2 star showers. This should be set up properly this time. Last time we got the shield phase, and she should be doing reflection. She will be, and that should. There we go. That's better. We're gonna skip the bench here. Bench is a good backup, but we should have enough health amongst our party to survive the next bosses, because one wasn't enough. Move got her the Barret to set up the next boss he's involved in, because Tifa's done for this chapter. And we're going to go right into the next boss after taking this little detour. Genova's just one of those bosses that'll do that to you sometimes. It's one of those bosses where if you go horribly off script, it's hard to recover. I wanted to try, though.
Don't.
Oh!
Understood.
That's bad, too.
Think you got my number?
Not at all. You're making me sweat.
That focus thrust was a bad idea. I should have did that in the next phase. I don't know why I did it there. Oh boy. Alright, we're gonna have to get creative here, I think. Because we're not gonna have a stagger to deal with here, but hopefully we won't really need it. We should be able to finish him anyway. Almost. Okay. Ideally, I would have staggered him in that phase and then killed the dog. Unfortunately, I pushed the stagger, so I just had to take a little extra time there to do it the old-fashioned way. Luckily, this last phase is free.
Let's make it a night to remember. Yeah.
We sleep. Because Rufus can be put to sleep. We then Braver. Rufus has a unique mechanic where there's one move that will stagger him automatically, and that is Braver.
It's over.
And that's the battle. And, whoop. Right into Arsenal. It's a Barret and Air, so this one's fought at range. Open up with Catastrophe to prime these drones a little bit. It was a crit, so that might have taken care of that in one go. We got homing laser, alright. Oh, nope. Okay, it's still there, still there, still there. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. That sets up this next phase pretty well. The skill master loop in this battle is extremely important, so everything's heavily scripted here. We're going to ATB boost, we're going to Thundara. That procs skill master, so then we got Blizzara, Thundara, and then Tempest to stagger. I'm going to switch to Barret just to deal some chip damage with Overrun. And now I'm just going to spam Tempest until we push the phase. There you go. Basically rinse and repeat in phase 2. Much like Crab Warden earlier, we want to target the legs to deal the most stagger.
Someone looks kind of shaky. Buckle
And rinse and repeat with the stagger. There we go. Chipping a Thunder since it's got that'll factor into the skill master loop, so like just basically a free cast, speed it up a little bit. And this last phase, he's going to use Cry Havoc's or Pulse Cannon, Cry Havoc, whatever it is. Sorry, Pulse Cannon, something else. So all we got to do is beat it out with a quick Thundara. Normally you're supposed to hide behind debris, and yeah, we just completely skipped that. All right, last chapter, the explosive last chapter. Another skippable bike mini game, Midgar Expressway. It's kind of fun, but at the same time, since it's New Game Plus, we can skip it. And now we're gonna set up for the final boss battle. This is Revival. Got to make sure I do this completely right. Very important. C10 to A10, A9 to C8, and 7. Did it backwards again, but got it. T4 to C2. Now we're gonna set Cloud up with Iron Blade once again. Do not reslot. I just got to reset up Elemental and Elemental. And Barrett's going to get Gatling Gun to reduce the magic damage a little bit. Got her Tape Runk's going to go to Tifa. This is going to be Self-Destruct, Blade Burst, Focus Thrust, and Infinity's End. Barrett's going to get Arise and Raise. And this is going to be Dolphin Flurry. Alright. So, this is Self-Destruct Whispers. Whispers battle is mainly on rails, but we're going to literally blow it off the rails. It seems as though if you deal a certain amount of damage with a single attack, I think it's 1,500, he'll do a bad move, which deals a lot of damage to your party, but you want to deal a certain amount of damage to push a good move, which will push the phase. So by using Self-Destruct, we deal enough damage to trick the game into pushing the first couple phases extra quick by using Self-Destruct. Hopefully this goes well. The setup is the same as before with all the bells and whistles from earlier for the Self-Destruct setup. Worth noting that Reprieve only triggers once, so only the first one Cloud's going to live through. The rest we're going to need the Revive for.
Happy to see me?
But he will get a limit each time.
Wouldn't go that
far. That's a whisper too.
This is a high risk, high reward strat, but it's not.
We can beat them.
It's not super hard, but it is risky. But it saves a couple minutes over conventional methods of strictly countering in the first few phases. This is also where the game deviates from the OG's plotline as we escape Midgar. Anyways, here we go. So we're going to blow Cloud up once on Rubrum. We're going to do an overcharge to pressure him. And then we're going to just try to charge our ATB as much as possible before this phase ends. And that was good enough. So now that move is done, we're going to get a quick Kiraga in here, hopefully. Top everyone off, and that's phase 1. Now, if I wasn't using Self-Destruct or dealt a ton of damage there, this phase would just go on for a while. It would basically just be looping counters in there, but we don't have time for that. So we're just going to nudge it right along. And it's basically going to be rinse and repeat for this phase as well. It's a little bit different because we don't have full ATB yet. We're going to wait for Rubrum to do his first move, and we're going to block it for the ATB. And then we're going to blow up. So I'm going to get close to Rubrum here. Crimson Twist. That's actually ideal. That's very blockable. And then we're going to do Self-Destruct. Switch to Barret. Actually, switch to Tifa. Wait for Crossail here to do a move on Barret. And then we're going to try to get Cloud raised here. There we go. I got him raised. I meant to do a rise, but that works too.
Damn it!
That's phase 2. So far, so good. Get a little bit of ATB here while we have the chance. Okay, I'm going to top off everybody in the process here, just for insurance sake. And there we go. So when you defeat the Whispers, they'll stagger, and any damage you do to him will be multiplied by, I believe it's 3.5x on the big guy here, Ultra Big Boy. Ultimately, we want to defeat this guy, but we have to do that through the other Whispers. So that was phase 3. That's pretty straightforward. Just Tifa's limit, since she has got her Daemon. That's what that's used for. Now, Cloud has a limit from his self-destructs here. So now in this next phase, we're going to get open up with that and hope that the placement is good.
A glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today.
The long, unskippable cutscenes between the phases of this battle.
Damn it! How do we stop these things?
Well, the big one is way over there. However,
these guys are right here.
Alright, so we're going to open up with Ascension here. No, not that. Ascension. I'm a little too quick for my own good here. Looks like Crosail's going to be far enough away, which is exactly what I want. So I'm going to try to proc his attacks to Barret here. And then I'm going to switch the Cloud. And then we're going to blow ourselves up. Switch the Barret. And that pressures Crosail, allowing me an easy rise. So it did double duty. It finished Viridi, which did the damage necessary to the big guy, and then it also pressured Crosail, priming him for the defeat. Now we're just going to push the phase. Top 3 Final Fantasy games. I'm going to be honest with you, I've only played 7. I've also tried 10, so I guess naturally that's number 2, so I guess 7 and 10. I'm kind of, this is the only one I've really played. Or I guess you could say Remake 7, OG 7, then 10.
This can't be our future.
Alright, well, we're almost done here. One more phase to go. We're set up perfectly for it. And just basically one more hurdle to get through in this battle, and we can get through this.
I say we split up. Take them down at the same time.
In that case, Ultra Big Boy is all mine.
Bring it on, bitch.
All right. So once again, we're going to head over to the room here. We're going to do a bunch of Punisher counters here. When we deal a certain amount of damage on any of the Whispers, they'll all head over here, and we're going to get a glimpse of Bahamut. Now we want to defeat Bahamut ASAP, because we don't want to see his big attack here, but we should be able to keep him stun locked and prevent that from happening. So we are going to do Ascension. Switch to Tifa because this is going to be important. That's not what I wanted to do there. I have to get a little creative here, I think. Okay, I got him. That's fine. It worked out. I wanted to do double star shower, and I accidentally didn't have enough ATB there, so. And that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. All right, everything's okay.
I'm through with you.
And got the backup. All right. Mistargeted the first blade burst, but made it work. I think. Oh, I didn't get Crossail. Oof. Okay, this is gonna be close. This is we're almost there. Cloud's taking a lot of damage. I had to back it up there, and that involved taking a lot of damage.
Did we beat him? I think so.
Get rid of this guy ASAP. Oh wait, I want Aerith to do it.
Feeling chilly?
That's not good. See that Amber Whirl? That's not good. I think Tifa's got it. Okay, she does.
Shake it off. Okay?
This is there's the bad luck we keep getting. Oof. You're having some bad luck right now. Bad luck and a little bit of rough execution here. I think it's safe now though.
We did it!
Right.
Don't catch a cold!
Should finish him off. I want him to be HP gain. That's not good. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Oh god. Okay, that is not what I wanted to have happen. I was hoping that would HP lock him, and unfortunately, Cloud's self-destruct either missed or didn't do enough damage, so they're very much going to have to get kind of creative here. Kind of sucks, but okay, what can you do? So this is a good time to explain actually how this works. There's a point system in this battle that determines who your party is for the next battle. And certain moves deal a certain amount of points for who you get first and third in the next battle. And I want Tifa next, which means she needs to get this kill. And unfortunately, since he's not HP lock, I had to do that the really hard way. But there's no other way to really deal with that without ATB. So, wait, what'd I do? Uh-oh. I want hard edge, do not reslot. Okay. 7 to 7, 8 to 8, 10 to 10, and then T2 to A9, and A1 the wind. All right, let's finish this strong. Let's get a couple shortcuts in here. Blizzara and Disorder. Let's go.
Fate is not to be taken lightly.
Calling ice. Going in.
Braver. All right, we're going to back up here. I want to proc Telluric Fury to counter it. So we're going to keep a distance here. Knock him back. Get another Blizzara in here. Get in the stance and do this again. Get a little op swap in there. Braver. And that's not enough damage, so I think I'm going to have to do one more, apparently.
Beg for forgiveness.
Or Zaga. Okay, there we go. I got to force the issue myself. That's phase 1. So, based on the point system in the previous battle is going to determine who I got first. Tifa took care of a limit and Bahamut, so we have her first, which is what I want, and we'll see why in a second.
You know it.
Come in here, interrupt. We're going to op swap. We're going to prop Masasume in waiting. Hit him for behind. This should pressure him. And then we're going to come in for Blizzara. And then we're going to set him for a ride. And now we're just going to come down here. And now we're going to switch to Tifa, and we're going to finish this up. Get ATB with her, and we're into phase 3. So now in this phase, I want to get Aerith here because I need her magic power. He's going to pick a random element between fire, wind, and lightning, and we need to counter it, so I need Aerith's magic. And by doing enough damage by countering it, you can pressure him, which is what we want. And it's all based on what you do in the previous battles, so if I didn't get a stagger kill with Aerith, I probably would have gotten Barret. So you gotta be really careful with who you get to execute the strat that you want. So this is fire. So we're gonna counter it with oh wait, that's Tifa. Okay. We're gonna counter it with a Blizzaga. That's not. Focus thrust, Blizzara. 1, 2, and stagger. We're gonna go for the limit now. Everyone's got full ATB, which is exactly what I want for the last phase. There we have it. That is phase 3, and I think that this is going to work. So you can save the limit for the last phase and it makes it free, but I prefer to do it there. And then with everyone at full ATB, this last phase should go pretty well here. It's going to be the epic countdown. You're kind of at a race against the clock. So we're just going to double star shower. Everyone's going to do their respective thing. And that is time. All right. So unfortunately, things kind of hopped off the rails at the end. But I do hope that this is a good showcase of New Game Plus hard mode. I think it's where the game's combat truly gets to shine again. Access to everything. Boss battles are a little bit more technical. And there's no really right way to do things. And I think that this run really showcases just about everything you could do with the combat system at least once. And also showed how things can really hop off the rails in some battles. But thanks for watching.